What is up, everyone? It is, what day is it? It's Wednesday, June 4th. Got a lot to talk about today. We got a big day. Should I leave music on until we get going? I'll do that. Just a little get going music. I saw someone ask this in the chat before. The reason why you might see stuff in the on-screen chat that you don't see in your YouTube sidebars, because I am currently streaming to both channels right now. I'm streaming to my main channel and to my side channel. Pretty soon I'm gonna stream just on the one. And to be very technical, the reason I'm streaming to both is so I can leave the VOD thing on the other channel so you guys can watch that later if you want. So, there you go. That's the reason for that. Here's a rundown for today. Stuff I want to talk about. What's up, DriftKing305? Here, I have a rundown doc. I'm not going to show it to you. I'm going to show you my rundown doc. That would be like if your therapist showed you the script they use in your session. We might get to AI and movie stuff. I kind of want to talk about this. There's a story that came out in New York Magazine, and there's a lot of bad quotes from someone named Michael Burns, because the senior executive of Lionsgate Films, his name is Michael Burns. And Michael Burns, not me, other Michael Burns, wants to use AI to make movies look more different. Oh boy. There's some other AI stuff we could talk about, including a thing in 404 Media called Why Do Christians Love AI SLOP? Maybe I'll save that for the end for something fun to do. I want to talk about Thom Yorke and Miss Rachel. One of them is a children's musician, like a children's content creator. One of them stands up for children's lives in Gaza. Wait, both of those people are Miss Rachel. And Thom Yorke has been saying some no bueno stuff. Thom Yorke of Radiohead. Speaking of Gen X dudes who are becoming less relevant as time goes on, The New Yorker did a big profile on America's #1 philosopher, Curtis Yarvin. Might talk about that a bit. Brooks from the Quarantine Collective is going to come on later. Brooks makes YouTube content about philosophy things. And he made a video about how my last video sucked ass. But I kind of want to talk to him about it. So we'll see, we'll see. Why not? And then Greg, so one of the dudes, last week before we got shut down by the feds, we were watching the Jordan Peterson Jubilee thing, and there's a dude in it who talked to Jordan. His name was Greg, and Greg commented and was like, "Hey, what's up? It's me, Greg." And I hit Greg up to be like, "Come on, you want to come on the show and talk about it? Do you want to come and talk about it?" So hopefully we're going to have Greg on a little bit later. And I'm trying to think of anything. What else? Do I have anything else? On my secret rundown doc, my Google doc that just has random out of order links? And, maybe I'll talk a little bit more about the video that I put out Friday on postmodernism. It's the one that Brooks from Quarantine Collective thought was terrible. I don't think it's terrible, but it would be weird if I put out a video that I thought was terrible. But we can talk about it, because there's stuff. I mean, I'll say this right off the bat. Actually, I won't. I'm going to hold back. Grog, I do see that Tom's post was coined the Centrist Manifesto. Okay, so let's jump right in. And again, my name is Michael Burns. Some of your names are in the chat. Some of your names are not. Some of you choose not to chat. You choose to just consume, and that's totally fine. But know that I value being here just as much as anyone else. House cleaning stuff. I have some videos that you could check out if you want. The last two were on postmodernism and depression. I think they work well together as a 1-2. I like thematics. And I finally got a better, Jake, I love this idea for a Jubilee. Sign me up for that Jubilee. I finally got a professional thumbnail designer to make me a thumb for my recent video after I put it out, because I'm ass at making things like that. I'm not good at it. But I think the two videos work well together. I'm gonna take a few weeks off. Well, I'm not taking a few weeks off. I'm gonna be working the whole time, but I think it'll be a few weeks till my next video. But my next video is going to be on getting laid off and what that was like and what I learned from it, and a sort of manifesto, not the centrist manifesto from Thom Yorke, but in that video, I'm going to outline a sort of manifesto for what I really want to be doing with this channel. Because like I keep telling you guys, I wasn't ready to start my own channel. But yeah, Javier, I mean, you could say it hurts. It hurts. This doesn't hurt my YouTube numbers overall. I guess you could say it hurts my earning potential on this for the time being. But I want to, here's what I don't want to do. I don't want to just start only streaming from the other channel. And then a bunch of people are like, where the fuck did Michael go? So it's a transitionary period. I'll take a little bit of a minor hit for it. Hey, thank you so much, Shrift King 305. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. It really does. But yeah, so I'm going to do that video, which of course is going to talk about getting fired, about how, I don't want to spoil it, but about how after I get laid off, I got a cease and desist letter and I got threatened legally, about starting this channel and what I want to do with it. So I'm going to write a little manifesto for that because people love manifestos. If you have thoughts on what I should include in that manifesto, let me know. As always, you know that I have a Patreon. I would say, I've said this before, if you are of the vibe where you're just like, dog, life is hard. So many people are asking for so much money. I can't give you money, which is totally fine. But if you just want to know when I'm doing stuff, if you hit up the Patreon, you will always know when. And I put it in one of the chats. I should be in both the chats. Oh no, and I got to go to this other chat. Let's see if this works. Let's see if Michael can do computer. Okay, Michael's doing computer. So, if you want to join the Patreon, I would say that the biggest upside, if you don't want to pay money, is you'll always know when I'm doing stuff, and you'll get some occasional secret stuff if you don't pay. If you do pay, you get some other stuff. You help me keep this running, all that sort of stuff. Michael in the chat. This is not me, by the way. It's another Michael. Would you say postmodernism is a historical epoch? I don't know if I'd want to use the word epoch, to be honest, but there you go. Ronald wrote a blog post. I said poist. Ronnie wrote a blog post about a Feuerbach. I would like to read your blog post on Feuerbach, so please let me know. I would love to see that. There we go. Okay. So, Rob, don't message while drive, though. Don't message while drive. And Donnie B, I'm glad that you were not too depressed to sign up for the Patreon afterwards. Okay, so I want to talk about the Thom Yorke and Miss Rachel situation. Now, if Thom Yorke and Miss Rachel interacted, not that I know of, but what they have in common is that they are two notable individuals, two public speaking famous people who have both spoken out in various ways about the ongoing genocide in Gaza as being done by the Israeli military and government. So here's why the Thom Yorke thing is interesting. I'll pull something up which will give us an avenue to start talking about this. Where is that tab? I have too many tabs. There are always these tabs, and I never read tabs. Okay. Let's go, girls. Dun, 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 dun. Name that song. Who was that? Whose song did I just do that says "Let's go, girls," and then goes from there? Okay, I'm gonna do it in this mode, and then I'm gonna make this go away for a second. Okay, cool. So I think I have this a little bit expanded. Okay, Radiohead's Thom Yorke. That's how they spell Tom in England, by the way. If you're looking at that and you're wondering, is that a spelling mistake? That's how they spell Tom in England. Released a statement on Israel and Gaza. I'm just going to look at this Pitchfork article because it's honestly easier than opening up the Instagram app and showing that. So Thom Yorke released a statement about Israel and the war in Gaza. We'll just look at the whole thing. Let me set this up for you. If you are someone who is my age or around my age, yes, Shania, shout out to Shania. if you're someone who's my age or around my age, then you might think of Thom Yorke as the lead singer and songwriter of Radiohead. And you might think of Radiohead as a popular alternative and experimental rock band who not only made music that pushed genre boundaries and was musically exploratory, but also directly responded to a lot of the depressing events of the first part of the 21st century. For example, with the British and US-led invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, Radiohead was making music about how that sucked. They made music that I think they directly referenced like Naomi Klein's work. They talked about anti-imperialism, anti-militarization. They talked about the ills of capitalism. They were a band that when you listened to them, you felt like there was a correlation between the creativity and the pathos of their art and the political conviction and intelligence of the people that were creating that art. You know, in a way, in a kind of slightly smaller, little bitty titty way, they were sort of like British, you know, posh Rage Against the Machine or something like that. In as much as they were a band who was on MTV and were very famous and played arenas and stadiums, who expressed anti-imperialist, anti-authoritarian, anti-capitalist beliefs. A few caveats. One caveat: Radiohead initially blew up because of their success on Israeli radio. I'm pretty sure it was Creep. Someone in the chat might correct me if I am wrong right here. Yeah, Simon. And thank you so much. I feel like Simon's saying some stuff in the chat that's really helpful. But oh yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in the chat. Thank you for being so helpful and talking about the album that way. Or just giving us some context about Radiohead. But so, you know, they had the success in Israel. And there's also, of course, the fact that Johnny Greenwood, a guitar player, multi-instrumentalist from Radiohead, who's also, if you're a film head, the composer, I think on every Paul Thomas Anderson film since There Will Be Blood. He's married to an Israeli artist and has worked with another Israeli artist on some projects. I think it was in 2017. Radiohead did some shows in Tel Aviv, and people were like, "No bueno, big dogs," and they were like, "Whoa, it's fine. We'll play Israel. It's okay. You know, it's politics." And then you always say, "So fuck it." So you know, there's been some tension around Radiohead's politics relative to the situation in Israel, in particular, their occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. Ever heard of it? Now, Thom Yorke was doing some solo shows last year in Australia. Shout out to the Australians. We respect you. And in one of the shows that Tom did in Australia, there's a guy who was like, "Oi, mate." I don't know. I can't do Australian. I'm sorry for any Australian. I can't do your accent. I can just say like, "Bah." I went to the bah. That's probably not it. But someone in Australia, maybe it was one of you, was like, "Hey, man, maybe say something. Hey, Mr. In touch political guy, maybe say something about Gaza." And then Thom Yorke was just like, "No one wants to hear about it. Come here and say, oh, fuck it. And he's like left the show. You can look up the clip if you want. If I was better at producing stuff, you know, I would do that. I would have the clip ready to go, but I can't afford it yet. But hey, I promise that if I make enough money off this channel, I want to at least be able to part-time hire producer Henry to come and do stuff like that. And shout out to producer Henry as well, who's helping me turn elements of this stream into videos that go up on the Sideburns channel. So shout out to producer Henry. So he finally put out a statement. Oh yeah, and here's in Australia last year, he said, "Some guy shouted at me from the dark last year while I was picking up a guitar to sing the final song alone." Oh yeah, that's just from the statement. So let's just read his statement, okay? And I would say this. When this statement came out, I was initially excited. And I'll tell you why I was initially excited. Because Ed O'Brien of Radiohead, my favorite member of Radiohead, is it because he has an Irish name? A little bit. Is it because he's the nicest to look at? A little bit as well. Radiohead's not a good-looking band, is what it is. Ed O'Brien's a solid-looking guy. But Ed O'Brien has historically been the more outwardly progressive member of the band in recent years. Ed O'Brien from Radiohead is the one who signed a letter recently that a bunch of UK actors and artists and musicians and stuff signed to oppose the British government's support of the ongoing genocide in Gaza. And a couple days after Ed O'Brien had posted that, he reposted a statement from Thom Yorke. And I was like, oh shit, great. Maybe Thom Yorke's finally going to be like, "Hi guys, I was a little bit weird about this, but genocide's bad, killing kids is bad or something." You know, like maybe that was going to happen. Hey, Henry in the chat. But guys, that's not what happens. Look at it. She says, I'm going to try to not do the accent for the entire thing. I'm going to try, but I'm not going to promise you that I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to try, but I won't promise you that I'm not occasionally going to do an offensive British accent. Now, why am I allowed to do that accent? A, they're in imperialist state who killed my ancient relatives. So, fuck them. Two, I used to live in that country and I was a resident there and I paid taxes in that country. And when you pay taxes in a country, you're allowed to do the accent with some limitations. So he says, some guy shouted at me from the dark last year and I was picking up a guitar to sing the final song alone in front of 9,000 people. Weird flex, bro. And Melbourne didn't seem like the best moment to discuss the unfolding. And this is when I kind of knew it was going to be bad when I saw humanitarian catastrophe. Because when we see humanitarian catastrophe, to me at least, that implies okay, so for example, there's a big hurricane. And after the hurricane, people can't get access to food or water. And because of where the hurricane happened, supplies aren't able to get there. It happens in an impoverished country where they're unable to get those supplies. That is a humanitarian catastrophe. It's some natural event has happened that have left human beings, in a sense, unintentionally suffering. That's at least what I think of when I think of humanitarian catastrophe. Also, when you say ancient relatives got killed by the British, it's almost just like anyone, but then because of my melanin and my complexion, yeah, Irish. He says, afterwards, I remained in shock that my supposed silence is somehow being taken as complicity. I struggled to find an adequate way to respond to this and carry on with the rest of the shows on the tour. Way to make it about you, bro. Way to make it about you. And also, Dave Matthews of Dave Matthews Band. Am I a big Dave Matthews Band fan musically? Not really. But Dave Matthews is doing a summer tour in America, playing in front of tens of thousands of people, playing to way more people than Thom Yorke's currently playing in front of. And he's holding up signs at the end of the show that say, stop killing kids, end the genocide. It's not hard. Who would have thought, fellow old millennial people, if I would have told you in the year 2000, who's going to be way more politically progressive when we are deep adults? Dave Matthews and not Thom Yorke. You would have said, shut up, poser. Go download LimeWire. Go to LimeWire. But I would have been right. So he was in shock. That silence, my attempt to show respect for all those who are suffering and those who have died, and to not trivialize it in a few words, right before he trivializes it in a lot of words, has allowed other opportunistic groups to use intimidation and defamation to fill in the blanks. And I regret giving them this chance. Is that a heavy toll on my mental health? Oh, will baby mental health hurt? And again, I try to be really empathetic, guys. I don't want to be a dick. I don't want to be those guys just like a dick on the internet. But Thom Yorke is a really successful, very famous, incredibly wealthy musician. And it's been hard for him. He is the victim in this particular instance because he's mad that people got mad at him for not being able to say something as simple as you could just say I condemn the genocide in Gaza. I condemn the killing of innocent kids. It's not that hard. Have Beard Will Travel in the chat does importantly bring up that once Dave Matthews Band was driving their bus through the city of Chicago. Was it on the bridge on Wabash or something? They had, they have a tour bus and they dropped their shit from the tour bus off a bridge in Chicago. And I think it landed on a boat of people. Also, if you're ever in Chicago, the best tourist thing you can do in America is the architectural boat tour in Chicago. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. He wakes up in the morning. That's my attempt at Dave Matthews Band. He says, I would hope that for anyone who's ever listened to a note of the music in my band or any of the music I've created or looked at the artwork or read the lyrics, it would be self-evident that I cannot possibly support any form of extremism or dehumanization of others. And that's what many of us have thought, right? A stream sponsored by water. God invented it so you won't die. Most of us feel yeah, dude, the output and the creative work of your band and things you've written and said make us feel like we're allowed to expect you to be on the right side of history. All I see is a lifetime's worth of work with my fellow musicians and artists and pushing against such things, trying to create work that goes beyond what it means to be controlled, coerced, threatened, to suffer. So just against the vibe of Israeli politics and the Israeli military. And instead to encourage critical thinking beyond borders, the commonality of love and experience, and free creative expression. I got to say this one in a British accent because it's a British phrase. Sounds naff, but true. It sounds naff, isn't it? Isn't it sound naff? Shout out to the big Radiohead massive. For others, let me fill in the blanks. Now, so we're nice and clear. He sounds like such a prick. Let me fill in the blanks so we're nice and clear. Dun, 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 dun. I think Netanyahu and his crew of extremists are totally out of control. Netanyahu and his crew of extremists, you mean the Israeli government and military? You mean the literal political edifice of the state? And let's be clear too. Shout out to all the brave people in Israel right now who are fighting back against their government, who are protesting, risking getting shit beat out of them, standing in solidarity with the Palestinian neighbors. Shout out to the young people who are like, I don't want to join the IDF. I'll go to jail, please. I would rather do jail, please, than have you tell me to go to some village and kill kids. I'm just going to go to jail, please. Thank you. Shout out to those people. They need to be stopped. The international community should put all the pressure it can on them to cease. To cease what? Their excuse of self-defense is long since worn thin and has been replaced by a transparent desire to take control of Gaza and the West Bank permanently. Yeah, they want to take control of it, and they also want to kill everyone who's there. There's a word for it, Thom Yorke. I believe this ultra-nationalist administration is hidden behind terrified and grieving people and use them to deflect any criticism, using that fear and grief to further their ultra-nationalist agenda with terrible consequences, as we now see with the horrific blockade of aid to Gaza. So it's just the blockade of aid. That's the main thing for you, Thomas and Yorkinson. The main thing is the blockade of aid. Are you sure? Are you sure, Thom? Thom, could there be something else? Thomason? Oh boy. Hey, whoa, Amazon Prime. That sounds amazing. While our lives tick along as normal, these endless thousands of innocent human souls are still being expelled from the earth. For what? At the same time. The same damn time. Special shout out to the people who watched my last video and enjoyed sorry, there's some funny stuff in the chat. Some people who enjoyed the future reference in my last video. I think it was like 3 people who liked that. So thanks. Know that I'm always going to put stuff in my videos. That's just for me and 3 other people. If you're just tuning in, by the way, my name is still Michael Burns. I'm not the Michael Burns at Lionsgate who wants to ruin Hollywood. We're checking out Thom Yorke from Radiohead's statement about Gaza that he put out the other day after not saying anything for a very long time. We're also going to talk about Miss Rachel. We're also going to talk about a bunch of other stuff. I also invited someone to come on the stream later who thinks I'm an idiot to talk about it. Maybe he'll be nice. Maybe he'll be aggressive. Maybe it'll be a debate. Maybe we'll become friends. I don't know. Stick around to find out. At the same time, the unquestioning Free Palestine refrain. Oh, I gotta get my Taylor Swift style Free Palestine bracelet on for this one. Check this shit out. This is pretty good. This is pretty cool. Shout out to the person on Etsy that I got this from. It's the time that I used Etsy. I've used Etsy twice to get Free Palestine Taylor Swift style bracelet and to get some Irish themed shirts. But the idea that like people that say Free Palestine are in questioning. Anyone who said Free Palestine, a phrase that's been kind of ubiquitous in leftist political movements for a while. Any of those people, wait, I'm just catching up with the chat. Let's see. Someone said, why are you angry, Michael? Why are you mad at him? He is right. Oh no, Thom Yorke's not right, dog. He is actually not right. I'm very sorry that he's not right. I'm very sorry. You can still like Radiohead's music. And I'll be honest with you guys, I'm playing, and I'll use an ad blocker soon. I'm bad at computer, guys. I have a band I play in. We're playing a show in LA Friday night. If you're in LA, come to our show on Friday. Seriously, it'd be nice to meet any of you. But we're playing a bit of a Radiohead song at that show. So whatever. But yeah, Free Palestine is, I think the idea that he's saying that anyone who uses it is he says it's at the same time, the unquestioning Free Palestine refrain that surrounds us all does not answer the simple question of why the hostages have not been returned. You can both, I think, be able to express concern, empathy, sympathy for people who are hostages in a horrific situation without then throwing Free Palestine as a movement under the bus. I think you can do that. I think you're all smart enough to do that. Someone in the chat said, what's up, Donks? And don't worry, we're gonna get to yes, please. Tony, you're playing at the Old Town Pub in Pasadena. I'll share the flyer on the stream in a little bit, guys. But yeah, if you are in LA, my band is playing the Old Town Pub in Pasadena, Friday night, June 6th. Doors at 8, music at 9. If you follow me on Instagram, I have posted some clips of my band and the info there. You could check it out if that's your sort of thing. But yeah, so Thom Yorke quickly then pivots to saying, after seeming like he's going to go someplace maybe solid with this, he critiques the unquestioning refrain of Free Palestine, which, like, who do you think is unquestioning? And I think for a lot of people, I guess I'll speak to myself in the chat. You let me know if this is what you think or this is not what you think or whatever it is. For my band's called Bored Betty. Mez Love, we'd love to play in San Francisco. Oh yeah, I'll live stream some of the show. That'll be dumb, but I'll do it. Most people, when they say Free Palestine, they're just saying, like, let the people of Palestine, let Palestinian people in the West Bank and Gaza have political freedom, will, and autonomy, which they currently do not have. Let them exist as free people. Let them vote in elections. Let them have the same social, political, religious, educational, business rights, opportunities that everyone else in that space does. Give them the right to self-determination. So then he goes and he says, why did Hamas choose the truly horrific acts of October 7th? I'm just going to say this. In this letter, he quickly pivots to be way more like, what about Hamas? After he's just like, oh yeah, Netanyahu's bad. Note that he doesn't specify Israel. He doesn't specify Netanyahu's party or anything like that. It's just like Netanyahu is bad. But then, yeah. So why does Hamas choose the truly horrific acts of October 7th? And note, I'm not Hassan Piker, so I'm not going to sit here and defend Hamas. That's a joke. I know he didn't really do that, but some people on the internet, they get mad all the time, say stuff like that. I don't know those guys. I don't want to participate in their discourse. I shouldn't even joke about it. The answer seems obvious, and I believe Hamas chooses to hide behind the suffering of its people in an equally cynical fashion for their own purposes. I also think there's a further extremely important point to make. Social media witch hunts, nothing new on either side, pressurizing artists and whoever they feel like that week to make statements do very little except heighten tension. If you've paid attention, I've paid some attention to how artists, musicians, actors have been affected in the wake of October 7th. Many artists and musicians and actors and people who have stood up for Palestinian people have been punished professionally. I can't see a lot of examples where it has happened on the other side. There's examples where people have said stuff and other people are like, I disagree with you. I think that's a bad take. Okay. You know, the game is the game. Says the kind of deliberate polarization does not serve our fellow human beings and perpetuates a constant use of us versus them mentality. It's this weird. I mean, here's the thing, guys. He made an entire album. Guys, Thom Yorke made an entire album. Yes, Hassan Parker. Thom Yorke made an entire album called Hail to the Thief and his band Radiohead. It is a good album. And let me say this too. I'm saying all this. Radiohead's still one of the best bands of my freaking lifetime. I'm not going to deny that. But Hail to the Thief is an album about how Tony Blair was a fucking crook. Now, Tony Blair was a third-way liberal. Third-way liberalism, what's that? Third-way liberalism's vibe is like, I don't know, it's basically like, deliberate polarization, us versus them mentality. That's bad. So let's have a third way. Let's not us versus them it. Let's not say right, wrong, good, bad, genocide, not genocide. Let's find a nice liberal third path where everyone can be right in their own special way. So he's doing the thing. He's doing that very thing. Chance, and guys, wouldn't talk about this, but this shouldn't wreck Radiohead for anyone. They're still good. They still make good music. I want to talk about this later with Brooks too, because one thing that Brooks said in his video, I didn't watch the whole thing. And if you're like, you didn't watch the whole thing, if I made an hour-long video about you, you're an idiot. You're not going to watch the whole thing too. There's only so much time on this earth. But one thing he said is that it's bad that I use David Foster Wallace because David Foster Wallace is like a bad guy. I want to talk about that because I don't know. I don't think that invalidates someone's artistic output that they are kind of a bad guy. Like, I think this sucks ass. I might listen to Radiohead later. Destroys hope and maintains a sense of isolation. The very things that extremists use to maintain their position. He does a thing too where he kind of acts like what Hamas does and what is like represented by Hamas is somehow categorically different and worse than the genocidal acts being perpetuated by the Israeli government. If our world is ever to be able to move on from these dark times and find peace, it will only be when we rediscover what we share in common, and the extremists are sent back to sit in the darkness from whence they came. Oh, whence? We get it. You're from Oxford. You're from Oxford, you know. You are from the same place as C.S. Lewis and J.R.R.R.R.R. Tolkien. Cool, man. You said whence. It's just crazy, too, that this guy has to put out a multi-paragraphical, that's an English word, statement to kind of say nothing. And there's so many other artists and musicians, and we're going to get into this. We're going to get into this when we talk about Miss Rachel. So many people are finding it so simple to just unequivocally say that genocide is bad and killing kids is bad. Dave Matthews, you know, he wakes up in the morning, crash into, you know what I mean? Like, it's, people can do it. Miss Rachel, I don't know any Miss Rachel videos. My kid's not allowed to watch that, but shout out to Miss Rachel. I like what she's doing. It's not hard to just kind of say the right thing here. And it's not hard to say the right thing in a way that still acknowledges the humanity of everyone. I sympathize completely with the desire to do something. We're witnessing such horrific acts on our devices. It makes sense. But I now think it is a dangerous illusion to believe reposting or 1 or 2 line messages are meaningful, especially if it's condemned your fellow human beings. There are unintended consequences. But it's not like, are we like stopping a genocide if we post about it? We're not. Okay? We're not. But is there a world by which we are able to at least contribute to a shift in the discourse? Then yeah. Secret Asian Dan. The reason my kid can't watch Miss Rachel is I don't like let her watch kids content or stuff like that. I don't really know Miss Rachel's vibe, but I don't want my kid to be really into like stuff like that yet. The stuff I let her watch on TV, she can watch an inning or two of a baseball game with me if like baseball's on. I don't really care. And then she sometimes watches like live music videos. I'll put on a video of just like elephants walking in a field, and she could vibe with the elephants. We watched some trains the other day. You know, that's just the vibe I'm on with her. But all I'd say is like, I think that he's just kind of saying like, he didn't say anything and people were mean to him about not saying anything. So he's a victim. It is shouting from the darkness. It's not looking people in the eye when you speak. It is making dangerous assumptions. It is not debate, and it is not critical thinking. And I know about debate. I'm from Oxford. Oxford invented debate. Oxford invented debate. Hence, whence, yence, tense, lence, debate. Importantly, it is open to online manipulation of all kinds, both mechanistic and political. What is he complaining about? Like, it seems like the gist of Thom Yorke's critique here. Let's see. Joe Lewis, I don't really take issue with kids content targeted for kids. Part of it too is just my selfishness, right? I don't want to listen to kid songs if I don't have to in the house all day. And my daughter, like for example, one of her favorite songs right now, she loves this long John Coltrane song. And she'll say, more trumpet, more trumpet. I would much rather listen to 10 minutes of John Coltrane playing trumpet when my daughter dances like this than I would some song that's like, the elephant goes up the house. Oh, it broke the roof. Then it fell into the tub and it drowned your grandpa. Now you're at a funeral. How are your parents going to explain where grandpa is now? He's in hell. Why is he in hell? Because he's old and German. He was in the military in the 30s. Mommy never told you it was, like, I don't want to, I'd rather just listen to John Coltrane if that was up to me. So what is the alternative? I can't answer that easily. I do know in communities around the globe, the subject is now dangerously toxic and we're in uncharted water. We need to turn back. Turn back to what, Thomas? I'm sure that to this point, what I've written here will in no way satisfy those who choose to target myself or those I work with. They will spend time picking holes and looking for reason to continue. We are an opportunity not to be missed, no doubt, by either side. Stop being a baby. Like, again, Ed O'Brien from Radiohead signed a letter condemning the genocide and the participation of the U.S. military in it. The U.K. government. I mean, U.S. too, but he's a British guy. Easy. I've written this in the simple hope that I can join with the many millions of others praying for the suffering isolation. Oh, pray. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers, Tom. Third, it just sucks when people get old and they get so washed. Maybe this is the advantage of me being an ADHD-riddled man-child who's not responsible, is that I get older. I haven't gotten washed yet, with opinions. If it ever happens, come for me hard. But no, not me, because I'll have good points. One day soon, this darkness will have passed. So that's Thom Yorke's statement. That's Thom Yorke's statement on the situation. Yeah, Grog Max said in the chat, both sides bad. Thom Yorke, 200 IQ. Mez Love said, poor famous white guy with lots of money, truly the real victim here. Let's see. Just looking in the chat. Sorry, I got so into it. Yeah, everyone, you guys know the Grandpa's is a war criminal song. That's when everyone knows that. Everyone knows that song. Thank you for those of you that liked it. Let's see. Sorry, I just wanted to catch up. Okay, cool. Just catching up. I like everyone in the chat. Real quick thing. Well, I'll share this. I'll say more about this in a second. Well, there's so many things I want to say. After I sip some water. Now, I already don't like this. I don't like this situation. I am annoyed because an artist who I like a lot and who I respect a lot has kind of pussyfooted and third wayed a very significant historical issue. It makes me sad that an artist I respect a lot doesn't seem to be standing by the principles that were in his art. But here's what is even harder to deal with, guys, is that for other people, it's not hard. Other individuals seem to be able to respond to the current situation with moral clarity. And I'll tell you this, guys, we'll talk about Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel has gotten way more backlash than Thom Yorke. Way more. Miss Rachel, a seemingly nice lady who makes children's content, who I think was a teacher. Shout out to teachers. Has been come at pretty hard by the entire media and lots of people online for saying crazy shit like don't kill kids. Thom Yorke, right? Thom Yorke, some people got mad at him because they were like, hey man, you're an artist who's meant a lot to many of us in our lives. In many ways, your art might have helped give some of us moral clarity and direction. And it makes us really sad that at this time where so many people seem to be willing to risk some of their privilege to stand with or on the side of marginalized individuals. What did I just do? I just clicked something and some shit happened. You know, people are just disappointed. And again, so many artists, again, like crash into me. Dave Matthews has found moral clarity here and he's been fine. You know, Roger Waters, weird, funny old guy. He's been fine. And of course, Miss Rachel. So let's check this out, guys. For those of you who don't know anything about Miss Rachel, here's the deal. She's a person who makes YouTube videos. Shout out to my colleague, Miss Rachel, that a bazillion people watch, and her content is aimed at helping kids. Now, like I said before, I don't let my kid's not even 2 yet. You're not supposed to let your kid really watch screens until they're 2 anyways. But, you know, I know about stuff like Coco Melon, and I know that Coco Melon is like animation that's designed to like cut every 3 seconds and turn your child's brain into like cottage cheese ADHD duty. I don't think that's what Miss Rachel does. I think Miss Rachel makes videos to try to connect with kids and teach them stuff. And I know that for better or worse, just for worse, a lot of parents are really stressed and overworked. There's lots of people that can't afford childcare in America. So I do think it's kind of like a necessary, I don't even want to say evil, but a necessary thing that parents sometimes need content that their kids can watch that will not destroy their brains. You know, shout out Sesame Street and things of that nature. Now, Miss Rachel, we'll look at this article from The Guardian. She is willing to risk her career to keep advocating for suffering children in Gaza. Thom Yorke got a little bit of pushback. Thom Yorke had some people that were like, hey, man, just say this is bad. Hi, mate. Just say this is bad. Okay, good. Yeah. I mean, I do think that Miss Rachel's content sounds good. Like, Thom Yorke made it about him. Miss Rachel is making it about kids in Gaza. You know, let's check out some more ads as well. The reason I don't run an ad blocker too is because this is a newer computer. I had the same computer for like 8 or 10 years, and it worked so poorly. I tried to do ad blocker on Chrome, and then Chrome stopped working because the computer made it sound like it was going to blow up. So someone tell me what ad blocker to use, and I'll do it. In an interview with Woober, a Boston-based public radio station, Miss Rachel's full name is Rachel Griffin at Curso. Sounds kind of Italian-y. Said she'd received pushback for speaking out to raise awareness of the situation in Gaza, where more than 54,000 people have been killed in Israelis' ongoing military assault. But she said, like Tom Petty, she won't back down. I wouldn't be Miss Rachel. I didn't deeply care about all kids, and I would risk everything. I will risk my career over and over to stand up for them. It's all about the kids for me. They're killing kids, guys. And I'm not one of those people who's out here. I'm not going to like show you pictures of amputee kids and stuff like that. That's a choice that I think you have the right to decide. That's the thing you see when you get on the internet to abstract from the world. But it's very bad. And Miss Rachel is someone whose entire career is about kids. Now, I think that Thom Yorke, at a certain point, you could say that much of his career was about creating art that pushed back against militarism, authoritarianism, the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, other wars where opportunistic Western powers used narratives that were largely constructed, some of which were completely false, to wield political power in a destabilized region for their own gain. I'm just saying. Okay, thank you for all the advice about this. Man, good stuff in the chat as always. Good stuff in the chat. I wish I had two brains so I could do this and read the chat constantly. The UN has described Gaza as the hungriest place on earth and warned that the Palestinian territory's entire population is at risk of famine. She said she recently met with Palestinian women whose children are suffering in Gaza. When you sit with a mother who's FaceTiming her boys in Gaza who don't have food and you see that anguish, it really moves you. I'm sorry to get emotional, to do everything you can. That's just horrible. It's just, I don't want to get too emotional because I don't want people to make fun of me because I'm just a prideful baby, but my God. And she says, of course, I need to do more. What can I do to help? I have a big platform and I have a responsibility. I mean, and listen, she's spoken publicly about this. She had a Palestinian child who's an amputee on her show and sang and danced with her and stuff like that. And she showed love to that child. She's doing good stuff. And, she's not like what's that guy's Hassan Parker? She's not like a Hassan Parker type who's just like, I funnel Twitch money to Hamas. Again, that's not a real thing that guy does. Hassan Parker's not even a real person, guys. It says in April, a pro-Israel group urged the U.S. Attorney General to investigate Curso over her messaging about children suffering in Gaza. She's been criticized by right-wing media and commentators. The government, guys. Like Thom Yorke is mad that people like us are like, grow a pair, big dog. Miss Rachel is being investigated and harassed by the U.S. government. Israeli groups are looking into her and implying that she's like pro-Hamas. Go look at the shit she's saying. She's just like, genocide is bad. Don't kill kids, Dun, 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 dun. Same thing as David Matthews. Asked about the criticism, she said, it's really painful. And I have to remind myself that people don't know my heart and people try to tell you who you are, but you know who you are. And I know how deeply and equally I care for all children. And I do lean on my faith in that situation. I care so deeply about every child. As a teacher, you have children from many different places, especially in New York City, and you care exactly the same about them. That's the basis of everything it is for me, is that children are equal. Now, look at this. She is being criticized, I would say, way more harshly than Thom Yorke. She also has a government coming after her. She also has well-funded, Israeli backing, U.S. special interest groups coming at her. And she'll say, like, yeah, this sucks for me. But what does she pivot to? It sucks for me, but it's about the kids. She doesn't make it about her. Doesn't make it about her. She said in May 2024 that she had faced bullying after launching a fundraiser for children in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, Democratic Republic of Congo. In April, she donated $1 million Bro, that's sick. Also, you make $1 million doing kids content? Which provides meals for starving people in Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, and 11 other impoverished countries after the Trump administration said it would end funding of the program. So, like, she's being attacked by the government, and then she's just like, oh, I didn't have the article up when I was looking at all that. My bad, guys. You know, I was reading stuff here. Just so you know, I wasn't making stuff up. Just so you know, I wasn't lying. Here's all the stuff in the article that I said that she said. That's where I said what she said right there. So, but yeah, the government cuts funding to starving children around the world while attacking an ex-teacher and children's content maker. And then she takes $1 million and sends it to the groups that our government won't fund. I will check out Leah Miller's new video. You haven't seen that one yet. Lori Christian said, Mr. Rogers will be proud. We hope so, don't we? Do you guys remember that Mr. Rogers got canceled because he washed a black man's feet? It's like in the 80s or something like that. There's the mailman, right? It was a black guy, and Mr. Rogers like washed his feet in an episode, and people were so pissed. They were like, my children. Is that a real thing? Let's see if that's a real thing, because I don't want to get in trouble for making it up. Mr. Rogers Mr. Rogers washes black man's feet. Yep, real thing. Real thing, guys. I mean, I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, Mr. Rogers. Oh, is it a male or a fireman? Was it a cop? Never mind then. I'm kidding. But yeah, Mr. Rogers washed a black guy's feet on his show. Or is he like a park ranger? And people were so mad. People lost their friggin' minds. In the same way, now people are losing their minds because Miss Rachel is like, don't kill kids. People are just weird. But you know what? All that said, I'm probably going to still listen to more Radiohead than I do Miss Rachel. I don't know. Guys. It's not about the fish. Oh, it's about the integrated swimming pool. There you go. Yeah, because you can't swim in a pool with people of different races, because that's why is it bad? Someone tell me in the chat why it's bad. Use your full name. Tell me your address and tell me why that's bad. It's all good. No one will care. No one will judge you. It's all good. Hey, just a reminder, if you're just tuning in now, what's up, everyone? My name is Michael Burns. I'm here streaming. You're either watching me on my main channel called Michael Burns, or on my other channel called Sideburns. It was one of you in the chat gave me the name Sideburns, and I forget who it was. So apologies for that. Yeah, my band's going to play an In Rainbow song on Friday. So there, it happens. It happens. Let's see. Yeah, someone said, Sean Harriman said, liberals love every civil rights movement but the current one. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing with all this stuff too. I said this a while ago on another stream on another channel that I have nothing to do with. I shouldn't say this. I heard that it's in play. The other channel that I used to work for, they might start like making stuff and posting it there. That might be just like some weird some like AI shit. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I've heard that that's in play. So we'll see if that happens. Let's see. Well, okay. I didn't mean, John, I wasn't like criticizing Hassan. I was criticizing Hassan Parker. It's a different guy. Oh, fresh out the asylum. That's you. That's awesome. Someone said, what's with the XP at the top of the chat? Ooh, I don't know. Guys. I don't know. So we got a lot more stuff to talk about today. Just a few things. One, Brooks from the Quarantine Collective channel, who's I think is going to stream on his channel as well, is going to come on at 2. We'll talk a little bit, regardless of whether he likes my stuff or not. I think that Brooks seems to be doing a cool thing. Anyone who takes time out of their day to make hours and hours and hours of video content about really difficult philosophy, I think is doing something that is cool. So, regardless, I'm excited about chat with him a little bit more. Maybe we'll be friends. Maybe we won't be. Maybe we'll be like, I don't know, man. It's not for me. And that's cool. You know, something I learned from Miss Rachel is not everyone has to like you. I wish that Thom Yorke would have learned that, because Thom Yorke is so mad that not everyone likes him. Let me tell you real quick, guys, about something that I like, um, which is that we got our coffee friends back. For those of you who are there at the other place, you know that we had a coffee partner, and this is not a sponsor. They don't like pay me money to say this. They send me some coffee, and then you guys can get some of this too. But Yes Please Coffee is like the best coffee I've had in my life. Um, they are based here in Los Angeles. A really nice guy named Tony and a small team run things. They're not like a corporate entity or anything like that. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. But if you use the code, and this is gonna sound like a joke, but it's not. If you use the code Burns Beans, you get 20% off Yes Please Coffee. So I would simply say, if you're a coffee person, just do it. Just do it. It's good. And you can subscribe as well. So that's what, if you're a coffee person and you like good coffee, the subscription thing rips. As they just send it to you, and you get a little zine with everyone, and they also have QR codes which give you playlist. And Tony has good taste in music, or Tony and the team. I don't want to give, maybe the team doesn't let Tony do the music or something like that. Tonks, you can let us know if you're responsible for the playlist or not. I don't want to give credit where credit isn't due. Right now, I forget which one, and I don't want to admit this because Tony's in the chat. I'm currently drinking some Yes Please that I did kind of like flash cold brew. Like I did a pour over, but I did it like over ice really quickly so I could get a colder coffee for a stream. But it's really good. And I'll just tell you one thing, and I'm not going to say the name of this, but in my household, before Yes Please, we had used another coffee company, a subscription service from an independent roaster for years and years and years. And we started using Yes Please. And at first my wife was like, oh, I don't know. I think Burns Beans is just one word altogether. And we started having Yes Please. And now recently we had a bag from this other roaster that was open. I was like, oh, let's open that. And then my wife drank some and she was just like, it's not like Yes Please. It's not the same. It's not the same, honey. And we got divorced because of that. So drink good coffee to avoid divorce. Do it to avoid divorce. Tony does 70% of playlists. What's up, Alley Cattails? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? And yeah, I listen. I am down with that. Let's see. Just catching up with chat. Again, I want two people, two of me, one who can just look at the chat because y'all are very funny and cool and good. Let's see. Are people mad? Also, I see people saying this in the chat as well. Oh yeah, sorry, Brooks, who's in the chat, who's a different Brooks. I don't want to make you feel bad for saying that. Oh, and hey, Perp RL, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Perp has a super chat, says, I don't think anyone says free Palestine supports Hamas in any capacity, so why is it the Israeli government gets a free pass for both? Yeah. I think that's the point right here. At least that's one of the points. But hey, there you go. Check out the coffee. I'll mention this again later, but I'm really excited because a bunch of you had said like, hey, where's Yes Please? We really like that at the other place. So there you go. Okay, guys, we're going to have our buddy, let's see. Hold on. Just talking to our friend Felicia, who's helping with thumbs for the channel, and also talking to Michael Luxembourg, who's going to come on in a second. Let's look at one thing, and then we'll have Lux on. God, so much to talk about today. So much to talk about. Oh my God, so many tabs. Let's look at this thing real quick, guys. I'm curious about something. I think we might like it. I think we might like this thing. It seems like the sort of thing we might enjoy together. This is from 404 Media, one of the websites that exist that is independently controlled, owned, all that sort of stuff. We're excited about it. And they have a thing today. I saw it's funny. Why do Christians love AI SLOP? Shout out to Christians. I've been on this Christian podcast, but it's like for badass, left-leaning, atheistic, screw the system Christians, called the Heretic Happy Hour. I was on it last week. I'm going on again this week. And I had to check where I was like, you guys know I'm not one of you, right? Just don't want to talk to me? And they did. So you guys can check that out if you want. This article is called "Why Do Christians Love AI Slop?" A crowd of people dressed in rags stare up at a tower so tall it reaches into the heavens. Fire rains down from the sky onto a burning city. Yeah, it sounds like Los Angeles. A giant in armor looms over a young warrior. An ocean splits as throngs of people walk into it. Each shot only lasts a couple of seconds, and in that short time, they might look like they were taken from a blockbuster fantasy movie. But look closely, and you'll notice that each carries the hallmarks of AI-generated slop: the two smooth faces, impossible physics, subtle deformations, and a generic aesthetic. It's hard to avoid when every pixel is created by remixing billions of images and videos and training data that was scraped from the internet. We got to watch it. Wow. Oh, wow, guys. Why is that man on fire? Oh, is that Adam? So there's the dragon in the Bible. Smog, because Smog, is that a Bible character? Oh, that's the snake. That's Adam and Eve. Is that Joseph? That's the Tower of Babel. Show that you went to Bible school if you know the references. I don't know that one. Giant David and Goliath. What is the wing tree? That's the Moses and the parts of the seas. That's the two towers. That's Sauron, Legolas, lions, witch in the wardrobe, Moses, fire tornado, sister, he's partying, big guy. Okay, where's Jesus? I want to see that part. Every word. Oh, there's Jesus. Oh. There's the water hand, donkey, the AI Bible. Oh boy. So that's a thing that exists in the world. That's a thing that exists in the world that we all now are fully aware. We're fully aware that exists. Every story, every miracle. Oh, sign up for free. Sorry, it showed me the whole post earlier. I guess I reloaded it now and I can't see it because I don't subscribe to this thing. Oops. But basically, I guess it's like a whole genre. Oh man, I feel bad. I wonder if I opened it in. Let me try something real quick. But I guess it's a whole genre now of AI slop that Christians like in particular. I guess there's a bunch of it. I think that's interesting. I think it's special. I think it's great for them. Here, hold on. Let me do this real quick. I like how Tongue says, but shrimp, because yeah, there can't be shrimp in the Old Testament. Not allowed to do it. So this is the AI Bible channel. It has more than 270,000 subscribers. Way more than I'll ever have. Perfectly encapsulates channel offers short AI generated videos that look like AI slop. Another YouTube channel of AI generated Bible content, Deep Bible Stories, has almost half a million subscribers. 73rd most popular podcast on the platform. Do you guys know there's all these AI podcasts on YouTube now? It's very bad. This past week, there's also a viral trend of people using Google's new AI video generator to create influencer style social media videos of biblical stories, Jesus themed content. But unlike, Shrimp Jesus. But unlike AI Slop on Facebook, the AI Bible videos are made by Christians for Christians, and they love them. Someone said, the video truly reminded me that prayer is powerful, even in silence. Thank you for encouraging us to lean into God's strength. May every person who watches this receive quiet healing, and may peace visit their heart in unexpected ways. Thank you for sharing God's word so beautifully. Your channel is a beacon of light in a world that needs it. This person learned about them because of AI filmmaker PJ Asaturo, who noted on X that there's a massive gap in the market. AI Bible story films. Demand is huge. Supply is almost zero. Why do people want this? Unlike most of the AI slop, the AI Bible channel is a product of a well-established company in Christian media, Pray.com, which claims to make the world's #1 app for faith and prayer. I could talk all day. I could talk for all day, every day about the insanity of Christianity, faith, religion in general becoming a weird digitized product. It's not good. It's not good, and we don't like it. This person went searching for Christian commentary about it. Corinna Laughlin, assistant professor at Loyola Marymount University. Shout out to the Loyolas, and the author of Redeem All, How Digital Life is Changing Evangelical Culture. I'm going to open that in a different link because I want to read that book. She said, it's not surprising to me to see Christians producing tons of content using AI because the idea is that God gave them this technology. That's something I heard over and over. That's people who are like, no, it's good that we use missiles to kill the other guys because God gave us missiles. God made the missiles. Pastor Rick is like, honey, I'm allowed to use the fleshlight that I bought on the internets because God created the light. God said the word was made flesh. And in this instance, the word was... So I almost just said the name of an adult film actor. And I know a few of them. I know a few of them because I'm aware of like cultural conversations, but I'm not a adult film connoisseur in any way, shape, or form. But I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to have anyone be like, whoa, bro. So that's why you didn't get the rest of the Pastor Rick fleshlight joke. Unlike other audiences like Star Wars fans who passionately reject AI-generated proof of concept short films, she wasn't surprised that Christians commented they loved it. The metrics for success are different. This isn't necessarily about creativity. It's about spreading the word. And the more you can do that, the kind of acceleration the AI offers, the more you're doing God's work. You know what God's work is if you read the Bible, guys? It's like feeding the poor, healing the sick, clothing the naked, healing the blind, widows, orphans, that sort of stuff. It's basically like doing like Miss Rachel stuff, but instead they're doing AI SLOP videos of jacked Jesus. And then Laughlin here brings up how Christians have always been into shit like this because of televangelism and things like that. I mean, if they made another season of Righteous Gemstones, I'm sure they would get into like the gemstone AI experience or something like that. The fear among Christians that don't immediately jump onto a technology, they're going to be left behind and they're going to start losing people. The thinking is that if Christians are not high tech in a high tech country, that's just weird, man. Let's see. Yeah, it's like Marshall McLuhan wrote, the medium is the message. If they're getting out there in the message of the time, that means the message is still fresh. Christians are still relevant in the AI age, and they're doing it. Yeah, even if it's clearly something anyone really gets near around. Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. If I was going to say, like, what is the Christian thing to do? Is it AI art? No. Why? Because wouldn't properly Christian art and stuff be about reflecting the work of God through the hands of his people? Like, don't we look at Renaissance era art as humanity trying to, express the glory of the divine? When we listen to classical music and things of that nature, aren't we thinking about the way in which, God worked through the composer's hands to express their work, to express God? To me, that just seems like that would be the way to do it, not that. Like, if you want to convince people that God rips, make good art. Because let's say you're someone who likes film a lot. Let's say you're someone who's just outside that criterion closet. Like, let me in. Do you think when you watch Pure Flix movies, do you think when you watch God's Not Dead, you're like, oh, wow, this shows me how Christians create art imbued with the power of a divine Lord? You're like, no, this sucks. You're like, this sucks. Let me say, link from last time should be good. Sorry, I'm just telling Lux how to get in here. He should have the link. I'm going to make sure he still has it. I'm going to pin it. I'm going to pin the link. I'm going to pin it. Okay. But yeah, it just, to me at least, it seems counter the whole gist of what would make Christianity a valuable, what would make the like Christian art palatable or important. This does lead into another discussion, and maybe this is something we can talk about with Lux in a second when he pops in. But I don't know if you guys have seen this story today. This is the one where a guy named Michael Burns is quoted over just saying the most ghoulish shit. I think Lux popped in, so I'll pull him on in just a second. But Vulture had a thing that came out today called "Everyone's already using AI and hiding it." We can say that, do it in anime, make it PG-13. 3 hours later, I'll have the movie. We may be talking about this, but I want to bring Lux on just to chat with him for a bit, because you guys don't want to just hear me. You don't want to just hear me.
People love hearing you, Burns.
Yeah, hold on one second. Let's see. So we're gonna make that go away, and then we're gonna click this button. There we go.
Hey
guys, Lux is here. You know Lux, and if you don't know Lux, this is Lux now. We were just talking about Christian AI SLOP content, and then I was starting to talk about. Did you, by any chance, read the Vulture thing today about AI in Hollywood?
Yeah, I did. I have a lot of thoughts about it. It's extremely distressing, both the thing they're talking about and also how little people understand the differences between the kinds of AI that get deployed in making stuff. That they don't get into as much as I would have liked, but obviously there's only so much time. Hello, everyone. It's nice of you guys to say hi. Thanks for saying I look well kept. No one's ever said that to me before.
Yeah, that's okay.
I do appreciate
who said that?
I've been shaving more regularly.
I guess we'll allow it this time.
Yeah,
we'll allow it this time. I don't know if I buy it.
I mean, I'm not sure I buy it, but I have been shaving more regularly. That's true. But yeah, I find this conversation in general to be a little frustrating, because do you remember a good example of this is, like, do you remember when Furiosa came out and people were mad about the AI in Furiosa?
Vaguely, yes.
That was so stupid. Because, like, that's a kind of AI that isn't generative AI. It's digital machine learning mapping stuff.
Well, okay, so this is something I'm interested in talking about, and maybe, Lux, this is something you could explain to people, because I know you know about this sort of thing. Because when I read about this sort of stuff, there is the thing where it's like, where is the line between technology that does really cool? Because, for example, like when we think about animation, right? The stuff that went into the animation films produced by the Walt Disney Corporation back in the day, a lot of the stuff that used to be done, humans don't do now. Computers do that stuff, right? So it's not a new thing that in filmmaking, and especially in animation, that technology advances and humans don't do stuff anymore. So I'm wondering if you could, because I bet you'd be good at articulating this. Why is what's happening now different than that?
So, okay. So, yeah, someone in the chat already kind of said it. Generative AI is the big issue, right? Using AI to create things from scratch or
so generative being the key word here, right?
Yeah, to create things from scratch, or to replace the creative or industrial work of, like, a person, right? So, you know, when the Brutalist uses AI to recreate Hungarian accents instead of casting Hungarian actors.
Yeah.
That, for instance, is yucky AI stuff. When Furiosa uses AI to apply a facial map that a person built to Anya Taylor-Joy and a younger actor, so the younger actor looks more like Anya Taylor-Joy, and Anya Taylor-Joy looks more like the younger actor, that's just applying machine learning and technology to do a thing. It requires artificial intelligence in, like, the strictest possible sense. But AI is not really doing the work. Someone built the face map, right? Like, it's just using it as an applying tool, which is good in a lot of ways, because it means that, say you have a guy whose job is to make that effect happen, right? To match those faces. That guy can now spend way more time actually building the facial map, because they don't have to apply it shot by shot, frame by frame, whatever, or like using whatever system. They can chalk that up to a specific. They can hand that off to a machine, and so they get to spend more time doing the cool work. So the work looks better. The shit in Furiosa looked awesome, right? Or, can't get too into it for legal reasons, but I'm working on some animation stuff, and in the process of doing the animation stuff, we're learning a lot about how, like, a lot of animations, like Pixar does this all the time. Pixar is this thing where they create poses and then have AI sort of fill in the motion between them by like building, by like, you know, creating the poses, and then the sort of an automated learning machine kind of animates the in between frames, right? That lets them focus on more on keyframes, on design, on stuff like that, because someone doesn't have to do, you know, and like, I can have my arm up here and then over here, and no one has to animate this part, right? They can chop the machine. That's all cool. What is not cool is, you know, when an executive is like, I could take a movie and type make it anime
Yeah.
into the machine, and then a bunch of artists don't get a job. There's no artistic choice happening. There's no specific deployment of craft or deployment of choice making in the process.
So, like, just to make it like in dumb guy language, because I'm ontologically a dumb guy, we're basically saying that technology is useful and good when technology is something that facilitates the creative work of a person. For example, I like playing music and I like using weird effects pedals and stuff like that. And those digital technologies help me express things I want to express more clearly or in more creative ways, but I'm still like driving the car. Whereas in generative AI, we are basically like creating a workaround so that we don't need the creative person. Where the executive, like it says in this article, and again, it sucks that it's a guy named Michael Burns who says the quote. We'll look at it later.
Yeah, that is really funny.
Where an executive could say, hey, type a Civil War era battle film with romance subplot into computer and give us movie.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, to use the music metaphor, right? Like, like distortion, like you use a distortion pedal, right?
Oh, you know, baby.
You can create the distortion pedal effect by positioning, by like messing with your cables and positioning your mics and your speaker and your amp and your guitar, right? You can do all those things, but it makes it easier, and it still requires skill and deployment to use the pedal, right? The pedal just smooths out the interaction and cleans it up. But you wouldn't go record on an acoustic guitar, go on your computer and say, make this sound like a metal song.
Yeah. Also, someone pointed out, Lux, we both have duck hats on, and this was not a plan.
Technically, mine is a loon.
Well, there we go.
My friend got it for me from Minnesota because as part of the Midwest's coordinated effort to get me and Cass to move to the Midwest.
I love that for you guys. If you do it, then I'll do it. I'll do it more.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So in this Vulture article, they talk about, I think I know where the studio they talk about in this is physically. I want to go scope it out later. But Natasha Lyonne, who's famous for talking like this, that was bad. My thing today, Lux, I'm doing bad vocal impersonations on every topic. So
all right, well, we can do that. We have that in common.
Yeah. So Natasha Lyonne and her boyfriend, who's like a tech entrepreneur, bazillionaire guy, started a studio doing AI stuff. And, you know, in this article, it says, let's see, if I'm directing an episode, I like to get really into the line items and specifics. So, you know, someone who directs TV, she's saying when I do that, I like to see where the money is being spent. And you find out that there's a lot of situations where they're calling it machine learning or something, but really it's AI. So she, being Natasha Lyonne, did her own research. She read the Oxford scholar Brian Christian and the philosopher Nick Bostrom.
Oh, we love Nick Bostrom.
Yeah, who argues that AI presents a significant threat to humanity's long-term existence. Still, she had come to feel like it was too late to put the genie back in that bottle. It's better to get your hands dirty than pretend it's not happening, she said. And this article goes on to say that this was the vibe of those milling around the party. There's one line I like a lot, where it says, waiting online by the bar, I asked the comedian Tim Heidecker for his thoughts. Oh boy. And it says, my thoughts are too complicated for a conversation at a party. I both respect that response because like he's not wrong that there's a lot one could say here. I think but I would love to hear what Heidegger says. But
I like to think that his opinion is like my opinion on generative AI, which is that like it's good when it's bad. Like what's cool about generative AI is when it doesn't work. Like when we got we got a generative AI account for a month for work when we were making the AI video to show off what AI does and why it's bad for the AI art episode. Back at our former haunts.
Mm-hmm.
And it will surprise no one that because someone else was paying for it, my friends and I like abused that thing crazy style. And what was really fun was trying to get it to do stuff it didn't want to do and make weird bad things. Like we kept trying to get it to do Shibari Mr. Bean, and have Mr. Bean doing S&M knot tying, and the AI thing like couldn't figure out how to do it, but it kept shitting out like the weirdest shit you've ever seen in the world. And like that was fun. But then when people try to use generative AI to make a thing to like represent a real idea, it never works. It always feels fake and stupid and bad. Um, and it's it sucks a lot of the time. I mean, and we can keep going through this, but like I hope that Tim Heidecker has the same opinion. Like I hope Tim Heidecker is like, I hope someone makes a S&M Mr. Bean using AI.
I want to interject real quick, only to say I've seen people posting about this and I was so confused about it. The XP thing, YouTube launched a thing. I got an email about this. YouTube has a new feature now that's like a leaderboard for like live chats or something. Maybe is this something they do on Twitch and now YouTube's trying to copy it? But basically it shows who's the best at being in chat or something. So there's a leader and it says you can do it. Keep showing support to make it to the top 50. So I guess those little rankings guys, it shows who's going to heaven. So I just wanted to say that because I saw a bunch of people in the chat being like, what's the XP thing? And I had no idea what they were talking about.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, so to just like to say, touch this article a little bit when we keep talking about it. But so the writer goes on to basically say there's like, and in a sense, the vibe of this article is that a lot more people, I guess like two things, a lot more people than we realize are doing this shit, and a lot more people than you realize are like, we're more or less okay with it. This part of the article says Hollywood has lately been what media observers have described as an existential crisis, an implosion, and a death spiral. And you hear a lot about this. There was another article yesterday, I think it was also in Vulture, New York Magazine, about how Hollywood as a town is dying because of the collapse of the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, because of that, a lot of people are getting into AI because studios look at it as a way to make stuff and make the sort of stuff that people want to pay money to watch without spending as much money, right? Because we know that like the stuff that AI is more likely to produce in a way that is marketable is like slop spectacle films and stuff that already looks bad. And already like when you go to a recent Marvel movie, a lot of it like looks like absolute ass. And this article focuses in particular on the studio Asteria. It's one started by Natasha Lyonne and her man's Moser. And they say their model, because one of the ethical issues here, of course, is that these learning models scroll and troll and steal from everything on the internet to then use that as data for their digital brain. But they say that their model was trained only on licensed material. They were touting it as the first ethical studio. Runway, a technology media startup, was earlier to the scene, and its models are now among the most widely used in Hollywood. So a big thing that's happening like throughout this article is this idea. And these are like two of the arguments you see for why it's good, or if not good, why it's not terrible. Is that like, let me think of two things. Yeah. One is that people are saying like, well, we're doing it ethically. It's happening anyways, so we're going to be the good guys. The other thing some people are saying or trying to basically use as a marketing point here is, well, won't this be great for indie studios? Wouldn't this be great for the Michael Luxemburgs of the world who, with their filmmaker friends in Austin, won't need access to the major Hollywood studio editing suite to do amazing stuff in their work? So, I mean, I wonder if you have thoughts on either of those arguments that are the ones that are being used here.
Yeah. Obviously the second one. Oh, what's happening?
I didn't do it. You did it.
I did it. I don't know what the fuck just happened. It switched to let me switch back to. Let me see if I can fix it with this. Okay, there we go. Sorry, somehow it auto switched to my OBS virtual camera. But yeah, so I have big thoughts on the second argument. I'll do both. The ethical argument's stupid, right? Like, it's not the bad things happening, so we're going to do it ethically. Isn't an ethical position. It's a non-position.
Yeah.
If the ethical position is, don't do it. Don't do the bad thing. It's foolish, right? I mean, okay, hold on. People are saying that My mic is too sensitive right now, so I'm trying to figure out how to turn it down.
I
That's
think
how I ended up.
I think maybe to like stay at this wherever you're at now and how you're talking. I think is fine now because I have the audio levels open in front of me. I think this maybe when you were like leaning forward or when you were getting excited, it was that was peaking a
Okay.
little bit.
Okay, so let me know if Burns is right, chat. But the the uh it's a non-position, right? And so the ethical choice is to not engage with it, and the sort of a desire to like do it ethically. What does that look like, right? Like we know that AI has an enormous environmental effect. We know that it costs people jobs. We know that it like steals shit from people and they can't stop that. There's no full range of there's no way to mitigate those things. It's just sort of like hand waving it and being like where to yeah, I can't control the input levels on my own, unfortunately. I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure that
it's
out.
fine.
We can't like there's no way to account for that, to mitigate that. That's the problem. And so there's that. The good for indie folks thing is bullshit, right? Because it's art. We're trying to make art. We're trying to express things and make choices, right? I was actually just in a long conversation with a friend of the show and comics artist Rory Blank about this last night, and also our friend Josh. That like a big part of society right now is to mitigate the amount of choice people have to make, and there are systems in place where basically that are designed to basically have people working to make as many little choices as possible so that you never have to make any big choices. And art is basically a process of choice making, right? It's all about where does this line go? How does this thing look? Where do we frame up this image, that image? How do we position this character? How do we do that? And every little choice matters, right? And mistakes happen. You can appropriate mistakes to make cooler things or reject them to make different things. These are all possible these are all possible outcomes, right? But AI doesn't do that. AI doesn't make choices. It like collates things, right? And so when it's not good for indie filmmakers unless you assume that the goal of if you assume that the only thing that matters about a product is the product and the process has nothing to do with it and has no value at all, it's simply the existence of a movie is what matters, then sure, I guess. But that's a horrible way to think about art and artistic output and filmmaking, which, you know, whenever I talk about art, that's what I talk about because that's what I do. But like, there's, and for any art form, like the process has a value in and of itself and is reflected in the piece. And when you erase that part of it by doing AI shit, you're taking out the sort of spirit of the object, and that kills
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, and it definitely seems like and of course some of this is the arguments being made and the advocacy for this as well seems to be coming from the sense, and I have like a quote pulled up on screen now that gets into this, that studios are basically just saying, listen, we don't have the money we used to have. If you want the sloppy blockbusters, we got to use this stuff. This is what we're gonna have to do, which of course seems to just be a classic instance of, you know, the people that are in charge of the studios that have boards of directors that are publicly traded corporations. They're just trying to figure out how to increase profit margins as much as possible to have some sort of infinite economic growth. And this gives them an opportunity to further cut down the cost that goes into things, because like they can make stuff. They can not use this. And it does feel like a little bit of an instance where this could probably even cause more economic harm, because I do think that a lot of people in Hollywood underestimate how many average people, by average people I just mean people that don't like read about the industry or whatever, would be kind of bummed to learn that a lot of stuff that they're paying money to watch is AI shit. And I think that it's one thing, I guess, to watch your AI slop on YouTube, but I don't know, man. This is one of those things. I even think the people that think they want it don't want it.
Dude, yeah, absolutely. I mean, so Ed Zitron, the beloved Ed Zitron, one of the better writers about AI stuff and tech industry and economics that exists right now. If you don't read Ed stuff, where's your Ed at and stuff like that, I strongly recommend. Listen to Better Offline, all that stuff. His shit's incredible.
No free ads. But go ahead.
Okay, we like Ed. We emailed with him once, remember?
Yeah, he was kind of rude.
Yeah, he's British.
Good
What are you,
point. Good point. Shouts to Thom Yorke.
what are you gonna do?
But
But
go
the
on.
point,
He is good at writing about this stuff.
the reason I mentioned him is that he points
I'm just
out a
being difficult.
lot that no, you're being fair, but he points out a lot that that like the number of sectors and individual users who have to adopt AI to make the infrastructure necessary to use AI the way that people imagine using it be viable, um, like is astronomical and is just not going to happen. And constantly, all these things, all this like AI movies, and like we're going to make the magical AI necklace that's your new best friend, and like AI dating apps, and all this stuff is all it's it is all stuff to make it feel inevitable and make it feel like you have to get on board so that enough people get on board that it doesn't crash out, even though it is currently crashing out. As we speak, it is falling apart because they're closing AI processing centers in North Dakota because they can't make enough money to keep them open. Like the system doesn't work. So all of this shit about inevitability and how it's going to happen and how it's on the table right now. This was NFTs like 3 years ago. 3 years ago, every single person on earth was like, well, the only way you can sell anything anymore is to make it an NFT.
And just a reminder, guys, to buy NFTs, this stream is sponsored by the concept of NFT. Real quick, let me just show you guys.
Get to the Burns quote, please.
Yeah, well, so someone named Burns. This sucks, and he has to be Michael Burns too. Let's see. So this is Michael Burns from his corner office overlooking a residential neighborhood in Santa Monica. I don't have a corner office. I don't look over a residential neighborhood in Santa Monica. I look out over a street corner where people drive too fast and don't stop at a stop sign. But he had asked Valenzuela, a guy who developed one of the generative AI technologies, to generate a trailer for a film they hadn't even shot. The plan was to take it to a film festival, again, to take the trailer for a movie that they had not made to a film festival. Then they would pre-sell the film off of AI-generated scenes, reverse engineered from the script. So they want to like make a script, not make a movie, have the AI make the movie from the script so they could sell it. It might cost only $10 million, but it would look closer to a $100 million movie. We're going to blow stuff up so it looks bigger and more cinematic. So they're literally out here trying to like adopt a business model where you go in and you have a script that you've worked on for a lot of time. They make some AI scenes off your script and use that to sell a movie that doesn't yet exist. It's just very like shell gamey, scammy. I mean, this classic Burns stuff. First of all, this is classic. If your name's Burns, the sort of stuff you want to do.
It's kind of the classic Burns archetype at play, for sure.
And, listen to this quote. He says, with a library as large as Lionsgate's, because Burns works at Lionsgate, they could use Runway, which is the AI technology here, to repackage and resell what the studio already owned, adjusting tone, format, and rating to generate a softer cut for a younger audience or convert a live action film into a cartoon. And, they own all the John Wick stuff and the Hunger Games stuff. So the basic idea here is, like, great, we can just make infinite other things from the stuff we already own. There's another quote in the same article where an agent from CAA, which is like the big agency in Hollywood that a lot of the biggest actors and writers and stuff are represented by, they created like a hall of faces where they own the rights to the likenesses of all these actors. So they can also then use that to make stuff as well. Here's a quote that everyone's loving. He says, he offered an example of one of Lionsgate's signature action franchises.
It's my favorite.
Yeah. Now we can say, do it in anime. Make it PG-13. 3 hours later, I'll have the movie. You would have to pay the actors and all the other rights participants he added, but I can do that, and now I can resell it. So, I don't know what franchise he's talking about. It's probably John Wick. So he's thinking about a world where they can just generate new John Wicks. And sure, you have to send Keanu his rights check or whatever it is, but that's way cheaper than it's going to be to produce a whole thing, which then brings us to a slightly dystopian, not too far off future where studios can just make stuff with stuff they've already made or things they already have the rights to almost indefinitely, and then not have to use the creativity or ingenuity of active human beings to do stuff.
Yeah, and I think, it's probably clear to everyone that I think that sucks. But it's also like, it's creatively bankrupt, right? Like, when you watch John Wick, for instance, the framing and the actor positioning and the blocking and the lighting isn't just to make the fight moves look cool. It's to be emotionally evocative. It's to send visual language and to manipulate the audience's sort of, subconscious reactions to stuff. And that doesn't work when it's a cartoon, right? Like you're not the art, the craft of the thing just gets flushed down the toilet, and that's not fun for anyone. No one likes that. No one enjoys that concept, and so it's forcing this project down the it's forcing the project down everyone's throat. It has an even worse trickle down effect, right? Because someone in the chat a while back, I don't remember who said it, was like, I disagree. I think that AI is like a mathematician using a calculator. I think this is objectively wrong, right? Because the mathematician has to choose what to put into the calculator, has to apply those calculations to specific use cases, has to create proofs that cohere to the math that they're doing and analyze those things and output them and input them. This process we're describing doesn't have any of that. There's no person deciding the application of these things or the choices that are being made, right? It's not simply producing stuff. It's literally replacing the thought process, the human intervention with the thing, with a machine doing that technology instead, or doing that process instead.
I love this example. This is from the Vulture piece. And one of the gist of the story, I can drop a link, but it's up on the Vulture website, is that, and this is what a lot of us already know, is the strikes that happened last year, the year before. One of the major sticking points in those strikes with the actors and writers unions had to do with the use of AI. And supposedly one of the wins, quote unquote, of those strikes was a level of restriction with AI usage, the necessity of having these like every 6-month meetings about it. But a lot of people seem to be using it to get their work done and finding ways to get around it. And I will say there's part of me, I do know that a lot of, especially the animation studios, they're always fucked, right? Because when Disney wants to make something, they contract out VFX and animation, which those studios then have to basically like continually lower their prices to compete with other people. And it's why we have all these, disasters. And, I don't want to shit on workers who are oppressed. But one example here says, one animator who asked to remain anonymous described a costume designer generating concept images with AI, then hiring an illustrator to redraw them, cleaning the fingerprints, so to speak. They'll functionally launder the AI-generated content through an artist, which reminds me of, we talked, a couple weeks ago about students using ChatGPT to write their essays. And it's sort of like the idea here is it's similar to a student uses ChatGPT to write the paper. Then they pay someone else a little bit of money to rewrite the ChatGPT paper in like slightly more human language. But at the end of the day, the thing is still created in that mechanism. Yeah. And there's let's see. And they did a poll which asked professional artists who had been asked to use AI as a reference or touch up finished work. Yeah, half of them has used it. Someone said, work is dried up. So part of it as well seems to be the case, and this sucks, of course, that when you can't get work anyways, or when you're only able to get certain work, or when there's pressure to get huge projects done on tiny budgets, people then seem to be kind of using this in a way where, I don't know. I guess all that to say is I feel a level of sympathy, I guess, to some of the lower level artists who maybe end up using this stuff out of a pressure to get shit done. But it sucks that it's a set of conditions by which this becomes necessary for these folks to survive.
You can see the economic pressures that to make that demand of them. But like, okay, I found the person in the chat and they said a thing. They were like, does he think that AI works without prompts? And I want to explain the point that I'm making about AI very, very clearly. You cannot prompt AI to make as many. First of all, AI can't make any decisions. It can only collate best things to fit a concept idea that already exists. A. B. You cannot have AI make as many decisions as go into the choice-making process of an individual creating any given piece of art ever. You simply cannot do it. It doesn't exist. Third, when it comes to this question of the mathematician comparison, no mathematician is just entering numbers into a calculator to see what comes out. No, mathematicians aren't just like, let's discover what 337 times 479 is. They're doing it to an end for specific mathematical purposes that are driven by a specific human agenda to do a thing. that has a specific perspective and a specific goal in mind or proof in mind. The process matters, and the choice making that goes into that process matters to the thing itself that comes out the other end. It's not that AI can't generate a thing or can't create an image. It is that that image is lacking in the constitutive process that makes artistic images interesting, cool, or compelling, because it doesn't have a concept of choice built into it.
Yeah. So to get back to something in this article and kind of the ethics of
Which
this,
is also, the thing you're talking about with the concept, with the concept art for the
yeah,
costumes, right? It's the same thing.
Well, yeah. And so one of the reasons why there's been a lot of hubbub around the Natasha Lyonne studio is that, she's someone that people look at as like, oh, that's like a cool artsy New York person who like wants to make cool shit. She should be on the good team. And it seems like, oh no, she's on the bad team. And, the article gets into the idea that, and they use the example of like AI in like a Wes Anderson style thing. So the issue of, is it just copying? Is it stealing the art of other people? Is it allowing people to be uncreative and just imitating that which already exists? It says for Lyonne, the issue wasn't just ripping off artists. It was that a company would be profiting off the stolen labor. A devoted cinephile, she has said her funeral plans include a month-long screening series at Film Forum. They don't have to do it because she'd be dead. She wouldn't know anyways. When she and Moser were first kicking around the idea of starting an AI movie studio, it was Lyonne who suggested they try to make it ethical. Why can't we just make a clean model? She recalled asking Moser. That would solve 97 problems. I mean, part of this reads to me like the naivete of someone who's existed inside the entertainment like world for so long that they don't kind of like get the economics of the real world. And not to be cliche here, but the functioning like of capitalism. It then gets into the idea here that the Natasha Lyonne's man, who she started it with, is a mentee of Elon Musk. They remain in touch, but it's complicated. And if you talk to him, you're gross. So they started this company, scrolling ahead a little bit. They raised hundreds of millions of dollars, yada, yada, yada. They made a music video. Asteria, which is their studio, is meeting with almost every major studio and has partnered with some of them, though it's yet to announce any of these collaborations. They're working on a sci-fi film with Britt Marling and the futurist Jaron Lanier. Do you know who that is?
No, I know who Britt Marling is.
I know Britt Marling is. Yeah, that's why but so they kind of.
He's a pioneer of virtual reality, so I'm sure he's doing great stuff.
Yeah. So for Lyonne, the draw of AI, and like I think it's important because I do think some of the arguments Lyonne makes in this article are things that some well-intentioned people and maybe well-intentioned creative people will be like, okay, because I also think people are going to give her a lot of the benefit of the doubt because they think she's like cool and has been stuff people like. Shout out your favorite Natasha Lyonne thing in the chat. I'm probably still going to go the OG American Pie. Is it problematic? Yeah, but it's the time in which I became a problematic teen boy, and those movies were great. For Lyonne, the draw of AI isn't speed or scale, it's independence. I'm not trying to run a tech company, she told me. It's more that I'm a filmmaker who doesn't want the tech people deciding the future of the medium. She imagines a future, and this is stuff we've already talked about.
That's such a psychotic thing to say.
She imagines a future in which indie filmmakers can use AI tools to reclaim authorship from studios and avoid the compromises that come with chasing funding a broken studio system. This is tough. We need some sort of Dogma 95 for the AI era. For these Dogma 95, like I think largely like a Danish Von Trier authored film manifesto that was like only use natural lighting. Only it was like a very like minimalist way of filmmaking. So it sounds kind of insane. Oh, sorry. I said all that and it goes right on and say a stripped down 90s filmmaking started by Von Trier and Thomas Vinterberg, which sought to liberate cinema from an over-reliance on technology. She says, if we could just wrangle this artist's first idea before it becomes industry standard to not do it that way, that's something I would be interested in working on. Almost like we are not going to go quietly into the night. Of course, not everyone is convinced by Lyonne's vision of democratization. The doomsday scenario is easy to imagine. Powerful tools controlled by even more powerful companies producing infinite low-cost content. Because at the end of the day, like, even if you're the good person, quote unquote, doing this stuff, you can't outcompete the much richer, much more powerful people that already have access to troves of content and actors. Now, let's just look at the last bit, because I would say,
I hate this.
Yes, up until this point in this article, there was times in which some of the defense of AI in a creative capacity, I was like, okay, like, I don't agree. I see where you're coming from. This bummed me out. Not long ago, Leone had an opportunity to speak with David Lynch, one of the giants of a previous generation of filmmakers and an early convert to digital cameras. Before he died, Lynch had been her neighbor. One day last year, she asked him for his thoughts on AI. Lynch picked up a pencil. Natasha, he said, this is a pencil. Everyone, he continued, has access to a pencil. And likewise, everyone with a phone will be using AI if they aren't already. It's how you use the pencil, he told her. You see? Now, I know this pisses Lux off too. I will simply say, I don't know. It kind of feels like you can't be mad at me because someone that we all agree is good told me a thing that he can't confirm because he's dead that said that I'm right.
Yeah,
It's
I'll go one step further. This
not
is a fucking lie. This is Ruth Conda shit. Like, this is not a real thing that happened. I'm sorry. It simply is not. Even if first of all, God, this makes me so mad. I'm like losing my train of thought. First of all, even if these are all words that he said, there's a lot of jumping around that she seems to be leaving out, or at least in the way the story is written is not a complete thought. But also, there's just we know we've seen David Lynch talk about this shit before. Like, he was not. This isn't real. This is made up. This is Natasha Lyonne trying to grasp at straws to like justify to ex facto justify a position, right? Like, we've seen David Lynch talk about the way that like digital technology and stuff has interacted with filmmaking, and I'm sure David Lynch is open minded enough as a guy because of his deal that like he probably has some sympathy to the AI stuff because he can imagine some kind of massive human deployment of it, because that's the kind of guy he's famously been for his whole life. So like, I don't reject on face the idea that he might have said something like someone might make something neat with AI, but in like a cool David Lynch way, because he's very smart. But I find it very hard to believe that he would be objectively supportive of this kind of process. I mean, Alley Cattails, he's made a lot of statements on the value of human creativity and choice and the individual work that goes into the production of like the artistic craft in ways that AI is fundamentally opposed to on its face, right? He's talked before about the ways that modern filmmaking skipping steps in certain ways, uh, is a frustrating thing to him. He's talked a lot about the environment and the issues with the tech industry's infringement on things like filmmaking and art, things that are very much baked into the AI question. I do not think that knowing any of those things about David Lynch, things that he has famously talked about very publicly, it makes a lot of sense to assume that he would unambiguously be like, we're just going to have to figure it out.
Well, also, no one get mad at me for saying this, but also, he's like a very old, dying man. So if he did, like, I don't know, if he did say that too, there's part of me that's like, who knows what all he knew and understood about it? Who knew like what state he was? I don't know. I just feel like for me, it's slightly distasteful to
It's
sort
also,
of use that as your justification.
It's all, yeah, it is definitely, even independent of like me speculating as to his personal views, it is insanely yucky to be like, my dying but beloved neighbor said something that affirmed all of my beliefs right before he died.
Yeah. I want to do a segment real quick. This is a segment I'm going to do definitely whenever Lux is on, but for most guests, which is called you have 90 seconds to cook, because I need to take a quick pee break. So you can keep talking about this, or you can cook about anything that won't get me canceled.
Okay.
But be right back. You can interact with chat. If you guys want to do Ask Lux anything right now, I'll be right back.
Yeah, we can do a quick AMA. I'll start with Mark Larson. He doesn't have to have been a computer scientist or sociologist to have the artistic criticism of AI that is the one that I'm sort of operating perspectively from. That I don't think that you need to have those qualifications. You can make the artistic criticism that AI truncates the choice making process that is what art sort of is made of, right? Like, I think that's a thing that people kind of forget, and I say I bang on this drum a lot is that the cool thing about art isn't necessarily the outcome, but the fact that a lot of people had to make a lot of choices to make a thing. And so that is, I think sort of the core question here as far as David Lynch goes. They weren't goblins that we were bullying on the stream last night. They were apparently fishmen, which is very funny to me because they did not look like fishmen. The letter W, yes, Henry and I hang out all the time. In fact, Henry and I are producing a wrestling show on June 7th, this Saturday, that you can see on twitch.tv/fight opera, where you can see our work that happens. Although you also can see us together on Techno Poverty and other stuff for a quick second. So yeah, Henry and I hang out IRL and our boys. We got a lunch for Henry's birthday just yesterday. Happy birthday to Henry.
Oh, I know it's Henry's birthday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Oh my God, happy birthday, Henry.
What's keeping me from moving to Minnesota and the Great Lakes is that my girlfriend owns a house in Texas, and selling a house is a whole deal. Also, we have like a life here. And let's see if there's any other fun ones. What does human meat taste like? I've only done the thing where I chew the inside of my own lip or like bite on my fingers, but I think it tastes pretty good. Salty. Favorite stop motion film? I love the stop motion in Jan Svankmeyer's Faust, although I also really fucking love Mad God. I think that movie blows my fucking mind every time I watch it. Where Will I Hide the Bodies? Like I said, my girlfriend owns a house. We have a backyard, easy to dig. I think that covers... Oh, then a bunch more came in. But what have I been playing lately? I'm playing the 100 Line Defense Academy. I love visual novels where children have a bad time. My favorite novels in Enchiladas in Austin are at El Dorado. I think that is a really great restaurant. Okay. I covered as many questions as I could in the seconds you gave me.
Wow. Great job. Great job by you. Let's see here. So we read that whole article, guys. That was that thing for you. Let me click a thing to make that go away.
Yeah, I wish I had read the Defector article. Oh, favorite Lynch film. I'm a classic fucking oh my god. Boulevard. Why can't I remember the name of the fucking movie? You know the one with the ladies and
Mulholland Drive?
Mulholland Drive. Yes, there we go. God
took
damn.
me a second too.
Yeah, it took me a damn second. I love Mulholland Drive. I love Blue Velvet too. But yeah, we consider moving because of climate red flags already. Like it's not off the table. To be totally honest. But yeah, man, I wish that I had finished reading the Defector Bitcoin conference article before I came on.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's really good. Maybe we can talk about it next week if you got some time. I read the first half of it already. It's really, really good. Favorite bar for classic / crafty cocktails. I really like Midnight Cowboy. It's a speakeasy in South Austin.
That's a fun name.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bar named that in LA now too, but it doesn't seem as good. LA's become a terrible bar town because everyone's too busy doing AI.
Yeah, right. You can just go / imagine enter prompt martini. Dry and dirty, please. One thing about AI that is fun that I do like is that AI image generators can't generate a full glass of wine because there are no photographs of full glasses of wine on the internet. Whoa. And so if you ask it to do that, Greg Ellick and I spent a lot of time, because I didn't believe him when he told me this, trying to do exactly that. And you can get a wine glass filled with anything you want with AI, but they won't fill it all the way. It'll only be half full. You get bones in there. You can get little guys, basketballs.
That's wild. And again, I mean, I think like my boring take on all this stuff is just that like there are, I guess to sort of have my David Graeber hat on here, there are so many mindless jobs that human beings with tons of cognitive creative capacity have to do that we could find ways to automate using various technologies. And instead, the obsession is with using technology to eradicate creative things that are uniquely human and that are like good because they are human. You know, there's so many sort of, you know, data input, organization, computational things that like, sure, if we had some sort of economy where that wealth would be shared, Sure, let's offload some of that shit. But the last thing we should be offloading to technology are the telling of stories, written or visual, with the primary aim of expressing and exploring human emotion with an end game of arriving at the expansion of our conceptions of like empathy and humanity. It's so dumb. But of course, what we see here, I don't know if you know this, Lux, the year theme is teleology of what started streaming the other place, but I legally decided we just keep it going, and if they sue, they sue, because I'm sure the people at the old company know what teleology means. But if the ultimate end goal of technologies like these and adjacent technologies were the furthering of human capacity and expansion of human flourishing, we could do cool shit. But the ultimate aim is the storing up of large amounts of capital for ghouls like Michael Burns.
Mm-hmm. The hated Michael Burns.
Yeah, and then that's why when someone like Natasha Lyonne is like, oh, but we're going to do it in the good way. There's no good way to do the thing when the overarching teleology of the business you're in and the economy in which it participates is contra that. Sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry that that's the case, Natasha.
An illustrative example of this is one of my good friends, my friend Solomon. We love Solomon. Shouts out to Solomon.
Yay, Solomon.
Is a really talented mathematician and programmer. And he has designed a lot of AI that sort of does the stuff that you're talking about. That is designed to sort of go through your computer and organize files by metadata or by date and create folders and help you find things and help you discover, help you organize stuff and create spreadsheets and create data, and create informational collections, stuff like that. And he keeps losing his job and getting rehired over and over again because the startups that he works at get funded by people who think this is a good idea to make people's lives easier on a productive level. The people who fund them then decide that they would rather work on generative AI bullshit. Their funding gets pulled. The startup dies. They all get fired. A new startup pops up with the sort of what if we made people's lives easier funding. He goes to work there. Their funding gets pulled. And this has just been happening to him for like a year and a half now. Because that's where the money is, right? Is in this like generative AI nonsense, right? Where instead of there being where the idea of where there wasn't a movie before, now there is one, is the complete goal beyond the idea that making a movie or making a thing is good in and of itself, right? Like this is, our friend Rory, who I mentioned before, I think it just came out on his Patreon, wrote a zine about him trying to draw a cat. And the whole idea of it is that he's not good at drawing a cat, even though he's a professional artist. He's bad at drawing a cat. But the process of drawing a cat has some merit to it by itself. And that if he wanted an image of a cat, he could Google one or AI one or whatever. But he doesn't want an image of a cat. He wants to draw a cat. He wants to show people a cat that he drew because there's a human process there. And that is, I think, really emblematic of the dynamic at play here, that there's a desire to sort of wipe clean the process of actually doing the thing, and we want just to have the thing with no difficulty, no friction, whatever. I mean, one of these days we should just go nuts and go through my whole societies about reducing friction, the great and smoothing process. Like thing on the channel, but that day is not today. I got a wrestling show to put on Saturday. The
last question I'm gonna pose to you before I let you get going, because Brooks is gonna come on in a second. Says, who do they think is going to buy the slop when everyone is unemployed?
They don't care, right? Like buying things is no longer a necessary part of the economy at a certain level of scale. Like the slop can just be floating around, and as long as it exists and there's reasons to like make up stock questions, the people at the very, very top will just make money buying and selling stocks and investing in places. And so they're just going to I mean, NB, if you don't want to watch the stream, or Nate, or whatever your name is, if you don't want to watch the stream because you think that like all things that are bad are created equal are bad, I guess that's fine. But that's not the point I'm making. I think you're just getting cranky. And like that's okay too. People can get cranky. But like you feel free to not watch it, I guess. But I think you sort of know that that's kind of a dog shit claim you're making. But the point being that there's the consumption of goods is no longer the optimal metric of how economics works, like, unfortunately. And so, they don't give a shit. Like, as long as the engines exist and data collection exists, they can sell data, they can see who's watching what free stuff or whatever. Stuff still, like, money's still going to move around as far as the upper echelons of, like, cost and wealth are concerned.
Yeah, here I'm going to quickly just post the link to the article we were reading. It'll be in the chat. It'll be in the description later as well, guys, for anyone who checks this after the fact. But yeah, I mean, I do think the bummer is, like, as long as some of the streaming services and stuff like that we all use are a thing that we take for granted as like a point of solace in our miserable lives, people are, it's one of those things people are still going to spend money on. So I think that, it's unfortunately a thing that the people in charge of those companies know will be the case.
Yeah, I think that is exactly right. I know you got another guest coming on, so I should probably run.
Yes. Thank you for hanging out with us, Lux.
Oh yeah, please. Anytime. Love popping on. Love seeing you. We don't get to do it 900 times a week anymore, so it's nice to try and check in like once every couple days.
Awesome. Follow Lux and all this stuff. Everyone, you'll surely be back soon.
I will answer. Yes, capitalism does indeed make AI worse. AI also makes capitalism worse. These are both true things. But the thing I will say, someone before asked, when's the last time I did Schlitterbahn? I've been there already, and we're going back. The story of this wrestling show on Saturday is that we have to free Schlitterbahn, which has been taken over by an evil doctor in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. We're going to the water park to liberate the water for everyone.
Is that a famous water park in Texas?
It sure is.
Amazing.
But so if you care about learning about what happened to Schlitterbahn and the mysteries of Dr. Trauma and Bench Horse and the horrible wasteland wrestling that's going to happen, please check out Fight Opera on. I just read your post, Nate. Chill out. Fight Opera is on twitch.tv/Fight Opera on Saturday, June 7th. That's this Saturday. Henry is shooting it. I am directing it. I think you will have a good time. So come and enjoy.
Okay, we'll catch you soon, Lux.
Later. Goodbye, everyone.
Okay, guys, I'm going to get, thanks to Lux, let's get Brooks on here.
I think it's working.
There's a heart over your face.
There is. I have a, I am trying to figure out how to do this.
Now you're normal. Now I think there's, I see backwards captioning. You look fine on this end.
Well, thanks. Give me 2 seconds. I'll get rid of that stuff so you don't have to deal with my goddamn super chat people annoying the shit out of you this whole time.
I'm totally fine with it. Well, I love annoying folks. Well, I mean, are you?
No, we'll do that. I'm ready to go. We're live and we're going on my side, and you now have audio. Hey, Michael, how are you doing?
Good. Well, Brooks, let's talk. So Brooks, we've never met before. I've watched your videos. Thank you for taking the time to chat.
I've watched you as well, both prior and during and after and all this.
Wait,
so weird few months you fucking have.
It's been a little bit of a thing. It's been a little bit of a thing. Wait, I want to hear more about your channel, because again, all I know is I've watched you, I've watched your channel. I think I said this to people earlier, the way I've thought of your channel when your videos pop up is like, wow, this is a person who gives like graduate seminar discussions on Deleuze and stuff like that.
You're very kind.
No, it's cool. I mean,
you're very kind.
Well, we have limited time
because
on this earth, and it's a thing that you have chosen to do at that time. And I think, there's a lot of content that's doing things much worse than that. So that's kind of how I've thought of what you do. But I would love to hear about.
Yeah, I mean, it came about in a weird way.
All that, if you don't mind giving me the backstory.
Yeah, I'll try to give the short version, and feel free to poke. I don't shut up, so feel free to interrupt. It's no problem. It's the fun part. It's your show and your restream, so you totally get to mute me. So when quarantine hits, and this was a thing in the States I put it like this, and it's terrible. I had lost friends and people died, but when the quarantine actually happened and they told everyone to stay inside, I was in LA, and it was kind of like summer vacation for adults. It sounds terrible to say that now, but there was 2 or 3 weeks where everyone was like, I don't guess we're not going to work. What are we doing? Yeah. And so I created a Discord to get people together. I was like, this is my chance, because I loved Deleuze, I love philosophy, but I never had a chance, especially as an adult, to have people sit with me and explain stuff and talk through it and really tarry. And so we started reading Anti-Oedipus, and we did like 2-3 hour readings every day for the first week, which is too much, by the way. And then we ended up doing it and moving it to like twice a week. And then for the last 5.5 years, I've kept it going once every week. We just read another as far as we go. It's right now we're in chapter 4, the third time through, and we're doing like a paragraph or 2 every time. Like it takes a while to get through some of these. And it's been sort of grown since then. We have like QC now has like 12 different readings from we have a lot of Nietzsche right now.
Well, what made Deleuze? Well, I guess two questions I'm curious about. What is your like background? Like, have you always been a person into philosophy and theory? And then like, what was it about Deleuze that made that the person that you really wanted to center the project around?
Yeah. So I've always been someone who enjoys that shit, I think would be the easy way to put it. I've been a philosophy enjoyer. Thanks to various things, I never got a chance to go the academic route. So mostly
you need it.
Well, I was part of I had a large scale traumatic experience. I was a student at Columbine, and
oh my
lost
God,
a whole bunch of friends, and it kind of sent me into a weird spiral of life.
God, Brooks, I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, I'm kind of used to talking about it now, and it's been like 25 years, and I don't think you did it. I don't think you caused it, so you're good.
That's
I appreciate the thought.
That's the only thing I know for sure that you can do that. Anything else on the table?
No, I appreciate it, but it's so that kind of I ended up going to college for 2 weeks, and then one day I couldn't find parking and never went again. That's kind of
I think that's relatable for many of us.
It is
parking for a thing, you never do the thing.
But my life sort of put me in a really weird place where, because of that, I have to mention the trauma.
Yeah.
Because of that, I ended up actually doing a lot of activist work. I ended up working on a documentary with Michael Moore called Bowling for Columbine.
Oh yeah.
I ended up writing a book and doing like a whole bunch of stuff politically. It became a whole thing for a lot of my life, and with that comes for me at least, a sort of natural desire to understand sort of how people become what they are, how we get there. And Deleuze was not my early one. My very early stuff, primarily actually my 20s, was Zizek, and sort of surrounding and Lacan and Zupanzik and sort of that style of thing, where it was like very Zizek. I'm just going to say it's Zizek. I have every one of his books, but he got me into Jameson, who then got me into, in turn, Deleuze, because a lot of that stuff sort of comes on from a lot of their stuff. And I did not understand it. I thought it was a silly, stupid book, Anti-Oedipus, the first time around. That was a silly, stupid book.
Well, and I'll just say for folks, I think that and I don't, guys, for my audience, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but I get the sense that the Brooks's crew, they're deeper in it. They're watching 5-hour videos on Deleuze. So in case some of you guys know this, Gilles Deleuze, gnarly philosopher, like someone who people who are very smart and have read all of the figures that Deleuze and Guattari talk about, will still sometimes be like, this is impenetrable, which is kind of the reason for my question of like,
well, no, and you'll see me,
because it's
I'm 5 years into what is, in that 5 years, my personal 6th reading, but my 3rd like close reading with people. And we've had like Deleuze scholars join live. It's been incredible. Like tell me where I'm fucking up and how I'm wrong, which is the best thing ever. I joke that like I get to abuse people by being stupid, so they have to teach me. And that's kind of the setup we're in. And all of that puts you in a place where I still, every time I read Anti-Oedipus, I come through paragraphs and I go, wait, what? And like, I ended up starting to learn to read French just so I could go to the original text, because when it becomes your thing, it's your thing. Well, how I got there is that with Zizek, he's a great deal of art theory. It's a huge amount of art theory and visual and video games and movies. And I'm a video game guy. I love video games. I ended up getting work in video games. It's my primary career has actually been video games for about 20 years.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, I've had a weird fucking life.
I've been becoming a parent very quickly.
I've had a very, very, it's been weird. And I've embraced it, but it's also, again, as I'm sitting here and I'm like, I have a jealousy of people who've done the academic thing, because now I realize it's my great regret in life is not being I can't become a professor without going to 4-year school. And I think I don't know how I'd handle that personally, doing 4 years of stuff. So I'm jealous of you people who've done the academic. This is so cool.
But then the people who did it, no one can be a professor anyway. So
that's also true.
Like
also,
three jobs left.
Well, no, and every academic person, I'm like, you're stupid, Brooks. You're really. Do you want the? I don't get paid well, Brooks. Fuck off. Like it's like this job sucks. You don't want this. But it's. I ended up getting into video games, and the art theory Zizek put forward, I got really into. But I started running into issues. I started working in particularly more immersive stuff. Virtual reality became a passion. I ended up working. I've worked for some amazing people, and as I've done that, I needed to understand how to make more interesting things. That's like I've always demanded, and Deleuze gave me tools through his cinema series and his book on Francis Bacon that I was able to start using in VR and like playing with.
I was about to ask that. So for you, there's like a direct overlap between stuff you were into theory wise,
and it was like, oh, this clicks. And then it sort of retroactively, I started rereading other Deleuze and going, well, this is again still. Anti-Oedipus felt silly to me. 1,000 Plateaus, I started to get like what I thought I started to understand it. I did not. I will just be clear. I did not understand it. I thought I did. The QC was kind of this first chance for me to really dive in. It was, in this time where people could do it. And it's grown into something I'm fortunate is like ongoing. We have a lot of readings. We have a lot of people who've joined. As I've said, we have postdoc, we have professors, we have authors, we've getting early copies of new Deleuze translations and Serres translations. It's crazy. And I'm like, I hate to use the word blessed, but genuinely, I just feel constantly like blessed that this became a thing. And so a lot of my content in the last year and a half, 2 years has been more responding and critiquing. And so, because there's a lot of really bad philosophy on YouTube, and you know this. And
like me.
No, well, there's a reason I did your video differently, and I want to be specific because
I hope you know I'm saying that in a spirit of
I know, I'm sure.
I'm not at all trying to be a dick, but yeah, I want to talk about this. But yeah,
well, so when I say bad, there's horrifying. Like I'm not like Jordan Peterson level, like nonsense, stupid garbage that just isn't even connecting with the word.
Yeah.
All the way through to what is ostensibly decent, but philosophy tube, terrible philosophy. Almost everything she's done, there are good videos she's done. I actually like a couple of her videos, but they're not the philosophy ones. The one on the healthcare system in the UK, I found very good. It was really, it's like, do that. Clearly your passion is in this and it's different. But then this Nietzsche video, and that's again, we kind of,
I gotta say this, Brooks. This is a funny thing for your video. This is a funny thing to me, at least, is because I made a comment on a stream about someone making videos responding to that, but it was someone else I was thinking of whose channel name I forget now, but it was really mean. So I feel like I watched some of yours, and I would say like, I think you were probably a little more intense than I am with this stuff. And
I get really intense. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm aware of where I am. I don't think I was ever mean. Again, Abigail, I got tired at some point when we got to like the mega and Nietzsche thing. I was fucking,
I mean, and I didn't like those videos a lot. I kind of talked about it in like my own sort of way, but no, there's another channel, and I'm forgetting the name, and I kind of don't care to remember it anyways, but where I watched a bit of it, and because I think Abigail put the Nietzsche videos out. I did see a bit of yours. Then the algorithm showed me this other one where the person was like kind of outright mean in a way that to me bordered on cruel. And that kind of bothered me. I didn't watch, you made a lot of videos about Nietzsche responding to Abigail. I did not watch all this.
I actually reacted to her live. Like someone sent me the video and I'm like, all right, I'll start watching. It's fun I've done a couple Abigail videos in the past and I was like, sure. And I have a problem where I can keep going. I just don't lose energy. And by the end of it, like I ended up it was like, I went straight through all of it. It was a 7-hour stream. And that I chopped into bits. With your video,
Deleuze people are like this though. People I know that like Deleuze. I'll say this when we talk about video, but I went to grad school around a bunch of Deleuzians, but I was like the outcast because I wasn't in kind of the era that I was deepest in philosophy. It's when it felt like the two most popular, old French guys, or one dead, one alive, were Deleuze and Alain Badiou. And there was and this is like very, very reductive, but there was this sort of split in a lot of my colleagues where you had the Deleuzians who were probably also really into like Spinoza and things connected to that tradition. And then you had the like Bedouins. Oh no, because I reversed you on my end, so the things would be there.
Oh, someone's yelling at me that everything's backwards.
Now I'm gonna okay. So now it's gonna mine. But then there was sort of the people on the other hand who were, I think, the camp I fell in, which were the Bedouins that kind of followed a line that was a bit more back to like German idealism and Hegel.
Oh yeah.
So in a sense,
Baidu. We can be very clear about where Baidu lands on Deleuze. Like I don't think a lot of people are going to debate that one.
So that's why I was a little late coming around. But one of have you ever read the work of James Williams on Deleuze?
I probably have. It probably has been a while.
I'm sure, yeah. But he was one of my grad school professors, and he was really not mean to me, but he was hard on me because like it took me a while to get into Deleuze. But all I'd say is
I have. Yes, I have. I was just looked. Yes, I have.
Yeah, one of those figures in my life was really mean to me once in a way that was really productive. But yeah, all I'd say is that's kind of my relationship to Deleuze was always a thing where I was like a late in life sort of. It was almost like once I was out of academia, I spent a little more time with Deleuze. But when I was still,
you're not alone in that. Like this is a thing. I've a lot of people who've made their way to being a PhD philosophy guy who've gone out, one way or another, but definitely not Deleuze way, because that's just not a common thing. I would just say like that's not a common thing these days. They find afterwards they sort of come to it, and it's I don't want to like date myself or you because we're both very young strapping lads. But
I've outed myself as like the oldest millennial, so you should protect yourself.
I was born in '80, so I think we probably are about the same age then.
Yeah.
The late 30s is about when people see it, like mid to late 30s seems to be like when people start making a turn towards Deleuze, which is kind of weird. A lot of Deleuze's work requires outside of philosophy. It's one of the things that I think makes a lot of his stuff impenetrable to people who go only the philosophy route, because he is playing with a huge amount of social anthropology. Is core to everything in Anti-Oedipus. I would say the same of mathematics and calculus. His work with Leibniz is not just purely a philosophical engagement. He's engaging with a lot of Leibniz's sort of mathematical work. And so if you don't have like a breadth of stuff, which younger people, you don't, it's fine. You're young, it's life. But as you sort of get out into the rest of the world and you start doing more things, other parts start clicking for me. And a few people I've talked to that it like, I get what, it's like that kind of feeling a little bit. And that's kind of where we've been in the QC, has been trying to find a place, speaking of academia, that is that middle ground, because the outside of academia is a death field of shit. I don't know how else to put it. There's just no way to learn properly, and there's no way to have real philosophical discussions in a way that is engaging.
Just because people are asking, guys, there's a link to Brooks's channel in the chat right now, and in case you're just tuning in, this is Brooks from Quarantine Collective. We're talking about that project, Brooks's work, so I'm just making sure that all of you have that link in the chat. Sorry to interrupt you. I know you like cooking.
No, you're good.
You're going for it, but yeah. So in case, and guys, the reason Brooks here, because Brooks, we can talk about this a bit, made a video about my last video,
and I didn't react to it because here's the thing that made your video interesting in this, and I want to be very specific because it's important. It isn't like a philosophy tube or one of these other people I'm not going to mention who just clearly have no idea what they're talking about. I've watched your stuff. You're not bad at this in any way. I don't want that to be thought of at all. In prep for this, I actually went back and I went and found it, and I'm not doxing. I won't say I went and found maybe a PhD thesis on if that's you, Kierkegaard.
Yeah, that's probably me.
I'm assuming because the name and college kind of clicked.
Yeah. No, it's publicly available. That's fine.
Some people are sensitive to the things.
Yeah.
But it's very good.
Appreciate it.
But like I don't engage well enough with Kierkegaard, and it made me feel embarrassed. So it's very good. And so I know you do that. You're at that point. And so I didn't want to just go, God damn, this fucking, like I wanted to go, okay, how do I tarry with the points he's making and try to structure something that is more dealing with the criticality, the critique, rather than just pure criticism or argumentation. And the hope was, and maybe I didn't do it well enough, but the hope was that I would build something that would put us in a position to be able to go, here is actually materially where I think we disagree. And
well, I would be curious to see if there's any significant area where we disagree in terms of, for example, our general reading of like Jameson, right? Because I would think, to me, where I see a disagreement or a disalignment and is like a genre thing. And because I think that there is, and this is something that
we definitely have a disagreement.
Yeah. But I wanted to say this first, like, because I do think like some of the stuff, some of the critiques you had in my video, some of them I was just like, yeah, it seems like you're just mad that it's a YouTube video. Because I do think that there is, because we do different things, right? Like you are facilitating in-depth discussions of text that are quite long. And when you are reacting to stuff, you're going pretty carefully and point by point. I think for me, the goal, and I'm still figuring out, to be honest, what the goal of what I'm doing now is, being a free agent or whatever, is making stuff that can get folks a foot in the door who have never heard of the figures being discussed before.
Right.
And this is something for me that comes like out of, and this is the thing when I was like still teaching, a struggle I had, and something that was really hard for me for a while, is like and I won't say this universally, I believe that there are cases and there are figures in which if you say too much, it precludes maybe like a casual interested person from getting into it. And there's something to me that at least is like slightly dialectical about this, about giving like a piece of the thing to give one bearings in the thing to go from there. And, for example, with like the Jameson video, it was very important to me that I made sure there was like further readings in the description of that one, so that no one was just like, oh, that was the thing. That's all the thing. Because he's such an incredibly, I think at least, complex and important thinker. And I think, because to me, and I'm going to go back into what we were talking about before, like the way I came to reading Jameson in the first place was in his books on Hegel. And in particular, the way in which...
those are fucking reads.
Yeah,
those are fucking reads.
Yeah. Well, so friends in the chat, like this is, again, to be reductive in a way that Brooks might not like. We've talked about dialectics before and the general principle of like the dialectic we see in Hegel or Marx or whatever. A thing that Jameson does that's very cool is he pushes one to think about how the dialectic itself is dialectical. And there's a dialectic between... You're
talking about valences.
Yes. Talking about valence of the dialectic. There's some really great chapters in that book. And then
goddamn, what a good book.
Yeah. And the way it's been picked up is really good. So, that is for me, one of the sides of Jameson that I kind of had. That was like my way to get in the door. And that's why recently the thing that stood out to me in terms of like why Jameson is an interesting counter to some of the online philosophy stuff is when we think about people like a Jordan Peterson or a James Lindsay, who in that video I just showed and didn't name because I'm so sick of talking about them, but they're who I was thinking about there. The reason I think about those guys when I think about Jameson is that Jameson's like an interesting thinker about conspiracy theories, in that he's sort of just like, we could say that there's like a sympathy for the conspiratorial, and that he's like, okay, people are trying to make systemic sense of a world that doesn't make sense. And they're driven to a sense of conspiracy. There's a really good article on this. I can find it and pull it up, by Frank Ruda. And I think that's where like Jameson is such an important, not even counter, but like understanding the way he thinks about that stuff, which is why I was like super reductive in the way I talk about, history and his specific conception of historization, because if we're going to like really get into it, we can get into this. But for me, I was sort of like, what is the kernel of the idea that helps us understand why someone like Jameson is useful in countering some of what I would call the more like conspiratorial philosophy that sadly for us is very popular in digital spaces.
So I probably would have a slightly different take on the conspiratorial than how you're talking about. Maybe, I don't know. This will be interesting. For me, the way Jameson, I think, sees that and how he talks about it is that they are attempting a version of cognitive mapping. terrible version, but they're trying to write themselves in the dark forest of life that we can't write ourselves
100%.
ever in. We have no idea where we're at, and they're grasping at the walls. His critique of them is that they always do it from two particular places. One is that there is a known history that we can know and a direct causative line that's very anti-Nietzsche, for sure anti-Jameson, but that there's a direct line of causality that we can always point to and that we're able to form. We do that because of necessity, would be his critique. And then the other side would be that claiming that if a person knows this thing, then they can understand the world, and that by understanding the world, they can then fight the power. That also would be the other half of the critique, I think Jameson would levy, that there is no greater thing or stuff to fight, but instead, by the nature of understanding our cognitive mapping, not as an individual, but as a class, and being able to redefine what that means, redefine what territory is, throw out all the old terms, instead of reading things through an archaism of older terms that exist. That gives us a new system that we can, that by doing so forces capitalism to change.
Yeah, and let me just throw this in there. I did a quick search on like a doc I have with some Jameson notes, and sadly I don't have the direct reference here. You can Google this if you want to find it. It's probably from Valence's The Dialectic, but Jameson said the conspiracy theory is seen as a degraded attempt to think the impossible totality of the contemporary world system. And yeah, I think that kind of maps on with what you were just saying there. That like when we think about cognitive mapping and trying to make sense of the system, the Jameson move against, which is just a Hegelian Marxist move against, and we can talk about if we think this word means different stuff, a sort of postmodern move, is to say that we have to try to think the system as a totality. We need that sort of totalizing structure, even if that totalizing structure itself is dialectical, yada yada. But I think we
need to assume it's all encompassing. Yes,
we have, and this is again to jump back to like German idealism stuff. This is the thing we get in Hegel, where Hegel's basically like, even if we can't actually think the totality, we have to presuppose that we can, so we can start thinking. Because we're never going to start thinking if we're not willing to conceive of a totalizing system. And again, that's why, to get back to the conspiracy theory thing a little bit, is I think that's interesting that Jameson calls it a degraded attempt to think that totality, because it feels so impossible to think the totality. It feels impossible to like create a coherent cognitive map. And I think it's an interesting jumping off point. And again, why I think he's an interesting counter to some of those folks, and why, and again, this is like my particular interest in, and this is unfortunately what the concept of postmodernism has come to mean, at least in a lot of YouTube spaces, is like Jordan Peterson bullshit. And if you look at like the most popular videos that use that term on YouTube, it's like Petersonian bullshit. And I do think a lot of what you get in the work of, and it just sucks to say the work of someone like Peterson because he's such a hack, but I think it is like a degraded attempt to think the impossible totality of the system.
But this is I think my point in the video is, if I asked you, do you believe in globe Earth? Are you going to go, of course, globe love? Like accepting the categorization from people who have no interest in the actual work is itself damaging. Because when we talk, if I were to say to you, and it's a private conversation away from the Petersonians and all the right wingers, if I were to say, hey, there's a lot of really good neo-Marxist, like postmodern thinkers that are pretty wonderful, you would go probably, oh, is there a new one? Because we kind of know what we mean when we say it, because Jameson is a neo-Marxist thinker about postmodernism. We like, these concepts have specific terms, and in good faith, they have meaning that do mean things. And by saying that there is no connection or way that postmodernism or neo-Marxism come together is like accepting the categorization of the stupidest assholes who are bad faith that exist. And that thing feels difficult to me to do.
I don't think I totally agree in as much as like, I think to make the specific claim that like that like Jameson isn't a postmodern neo-Marxist, to make that claim, I'm still comfortable with, because it's sort of using language, and you're right, that's developed by assholes, doesn't really mean anything, but it doesn't change the fact, for me at least, that the assholes have used that language that, for example, and this is something that goes back like years, I never say the name now, but at my old employer, the way in which angry kind of right-leaning people call things postmodern neo-Marxist, or say you're doing neo-Marxism, you're doing postmodern Marxism. So it's like, regardless of whether we know that those words either don't mean anything or mean something different, I think there is a value in pointing out to people that have participated in that discourse and been overwhelmed by it, that those words mean something different, or that there is a counter narrative there to the one.
I agree with that for certain. I agree that it's worth absolutely doing the thing, but and again, it's why that specific point probably is one we could probably move on from, because I think we do generally agree on this. The conversations ultimately at that point about, hey, it's worth fighting against. I don't like when people say there's no such thing as postmodern neo-Marxism. These things aren't related, blah, blah, blah. And I've heard that before, and it is how you worded it. And so I think I just jumped straight at that.
Well, but I don't. So in your mind, then who would be like the postmodern neo-Marxist that you think?
Jameson.
Yeah, I don't. But
he's not using traditional Marxism. His Marxism comes through Deleuze. Now, whether or not that is neo-Marxism, and whether or not
this is where I differ from you, though. I think his Marxism is. I see it more as transmitted via like late Sartre.
I mean, Sartre didn't play with libidinal economy. Lyotard directly played from that when creating the term postmodernism, and that comes from Deleuze and Guattari's work in Anti-Oedipus.
Yeah, I don't disagree at that point, but I do think there's something. And again, this is probably. This is
why I love philosophy.
Yeah,
Jameson, for me, is an evolution of thinking from Deleuze and Guattari. I didn't consider, I'm now in my head, it's running for a moment, the idea that he's coming off of Sartre, which makes sense. I don't know if I don't disagree, but I don't agree. I don't know if that makes sense.
So I don't think that.
I like that. I like that idea. It makes it makes a lot more make sense suddenly.
Well, when I say he's coming out of Sartre, I'm not saying that precludes a serious engagement with Deleuze, right? Because we know he's seriously engaged with Deleuze, and I think, hold on, I want to be weird. I think I can look through in a second. I have some Jameson behind me, and there's one book where he that has some essays on Deleuze that I was just thinking about, but I'm not going to be annoying and just read a book on stream. But I think if I'm correct,
that's my job.
I think that's what you do. But it's in the Ideologies of Theory, I think, where he has essays on both of them. But so, and one of the ways that Jameson comes into, and this is in his earlier shit, comes into Marxism is that engagement with weird Sartre, and weird Sartre is Critique of Dialectical Reason Sartre. And this is me almost being a sort of reactionary in grad school. When the cool kids were reading Deleuze, I got really into reading Amphetamine Sartre. And for those who don't know this, so some of you probably know Jean-Paul Sartre. You think of existentialist guy, being in nothingness, nausea. Simone de Beauvoir's partner. There's cool pictures of him with Che Guevara. And in Sartre's early stuff, of course, he's very wedded to existentialism in a way that feels very non-Marxist, non-materialist. He then has a kind of pivot, writes this 2-part book called The Critique of Dialectical Reason while he is fucking mainlining amphetamines. And then the book comes out without being edited. And a lot of people don't read it because, rightly so, they're like, this is insane. And there's 300 pages about aliens in there. But Sartre does this thing.
I love Sartre, by the way. I do love Sartre, but I 100% know what you mean.
And Sartre was always interested for me because there's a collection that's called something like Existentialism and Marxism, where Sartre talks about how, and he said this one time in one interview, that the goal of his project was the unifying of Marx and Kierkegaard, which is very much something from being a very young man I was interested in. So that's why I kind of got into him. But all that to say is
it's clicking for me very fast. And again, it's the reason philosophy is fascinating is generally when we engage these thinkers, I'm not saying, I can't say Jameson is not that. I would never do such a thing. But my engagement with Jameson is hardline on the Deleuze side in a very different way. And so as such, we would definitely come out of it with different versions of it. It's fascinating that way.
Yeah. And mine is not it at all. My engagement with Jameson is very much in the sort of the glasses I have on when I've read Jameson are Hegel, Marx, Sartre type glasses, maybe a little bit of some of the French rationalist.
My first time around, it was Lacan, Zizek. Again, he introduced me, and then through him and his essays on Deleuze, I ended up leaning hard into Lyotard, the libidinal economy, because Lacan was more my side of the Hegel Zizek side of things, which is again libidinal desire and all of that.
Well, and that seems to be genealogically, that seems to be where our paths overlap the most, maybe in the sort of Zizekian wheelhouse. Because for me, it was reading. God, I think it's in the Parallax View.
Oh God, what a good book!
Where he has a chunk
God, he used to be so good, dude.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, this is the thing. Like he still says good stuff now. He just like writes too much stuff. But
his graduate students write too much stuff. You mean?
Yeah. But like Parallax View,
Sorry.
brilliant book, and he has a huge chunk on Kierkegaard there, which for me at a time where like I was reading Kierkegaard kind of independently of the world of like dialectics and materialism, seeing how he took that seriously was like a light bulb moment. And my second light bulb moment was reading Adrian Johnston's Zizek's Ontology, and then seeing how that connected to like materialism. And then I was very lucky. Adrian sort of casually did some mentoring for some years when I was still in the game and helped me kind of like draw some lines of all this stuff. Truly one of the nicest, most generous guys. If you ever like have folks on, someone you should reach out to because he's always down to chat, or at least I haven't talked to him in a few years. Maybe he's an asshole.
I'm always surprised people who it's one of the things I think I've had a weird life, but one of the things I've learned in specifically like these academic learning circles, all the people who I would assume are more like the Hollywood stars, standoffish, like you don't write them, their agents will talk to you. Like I wrote Eugene Holland, who's become one of my favorite sort of secondary writers on. Genuinely wonderful, like kind of quiet, like really just amazing. And most of these guys kind of are. It's kind of amazing. I think it's because there's not a lot of people writing them, honestly, these days. So I think they just like getting good notes from people that aren't sort of shitty. It's funny.
No, for sure. There's like a lot of review, and I like someone I love talking to is like Todd McGowan, someone who
Todd's
love
great.
his work a lot. Yeah, and he's someone who he came on my stream like a couple months ago, but always been so generous. I find that the people that are doing really good work are nice, and people that are more like academic strivers can be dicks.
Yeah, people who are into the aesthetic of the thing. Yeah. And again, this is why like I wanted to make a proper response video, and I spent time not just doing a react because I do think you're not that. I put you in a very particular category, and we do have differences, but it's
but I guess I would just say then that's why like some of what we're talking about, because in a weird way, there's stuff in your video where I'm like, oh no, but like I know that, and like some of what you're saying is in the background for me, and for me, it's like always a choice. And this is sort of like when I first started, before I ever hosted, like I wrote videos for Wisecrack, and I started doing that. Oh shit, I said the W word. I'm committed to not saying it. But I was still in academia when I started writing stuff there. And my thing early on was I would inadvertently turn a script for a video that was meant to be like a YouTube video into an academic paper. And over the years, I've had to learn more and more like what is, and then almost thinking too, like, what is the purpose of this? And you talk about bad philosophy stuff on YouTube. And this is actually something I'm trying to like make a video on. So it's interesting to be called the bad philosophy stuff because I'm like, okay, this is what
that's not what I did. I'm fair. It's not what I did because bad philosophy to me is people who don't engage the text at all.
Yeah.
To me, there are mistakes in your interpretation that are very particular, and that the one mistake, if there is one, I would say it's the focus on the idea that the individual can fight back, or that it is a fighting back or a curative thing against postmodernism.
Yes.
That thread is throughout the whole video, and it's the engagement on the rest of it is right if you flip that to the other side where it's not the individual but instead the collective, and understanding that and that people need to be aware of it, but that you're not ever fixing capitalism, that you're not fixing modernism.
And this is why, and again, if there's a part of that video, like I mean any video I've ever made, I could look at and be like, I want to fix this and that, redo that,
it's awful to rewatch your own shit, isn't it?
But I do think the area, because even in some of like the good faith comments I've gotten and stuff like that, the thing that I would have liked to try to find a way to explain a little more clearly and a little bit differently, and I think these overlap for me at least, are the Marxist dialectics and the way in which that gets us to a place where we're thinking structurally, not individually. The issue for me sometimes is if I'm trying to keep something at 15 to 20 minutes max, where does like the side path open up too much, and where are there things that I can get back to?
I empathize
in the future. So it's
a baseline thing because you're aware people are coming to this and you don't know who they are. If it was people like me or you can start in a different place. It's easy. There's some presumptions you can make, but
I would say a difference too, though, is like to talk about the bad YouTube philosophy. The thing that I think I don't like about some YouTube stuff, some YouTube philosophy stuff, is the attempt of some videos and some creators to basically be like, this is what this person thinks, and here's all you need to know. Now, I tongue in cheek in that video, of course, say I'm going to be 100% right, which is just a way to try to troll a little bit.
I didn't comment on that. I'm aware of performativity is a thing.
Yeah.
Showmanship is a thing.
But so I try to, and this comes from, just to keep connecting dots, Kierkegaard, very pedagogical writer, very into Socrates. And his whole thing was like what it means to teach, or what it means to do philosophy, is to be the occasion for the thought of another. And I think there's some Deleuzean stuff there too. I think, and Deleuze,
your job is to give lines of flight. Your job is to create lines of flight. Something like that.
My goal is always that there's, if nothing else, there's like something that someone could hold on to that allows them to think about things a little bit differently, or like a lens to bring to things. My secondary goal is that there's more questions left open than answered, so that someone can dig into other stuff if they want to. So I don't know. And this is where I think maybe there's just some like structural differences, like, because some of the stuff
I appreciate the difficulty. I have a series of videos where I try to explain concepts, and I've gone through this, and it's one of the challenges I have, in very much the same way I've had to tarry with. I think so again, I appreciate it very much. There's a couple things I think that are worth sort of mentioning, though.
Do it.
The focus on the individual is a thing that I think a lot of people do with the lose videos too. Like in general, people are like, here's how it impacts
and I just
you.
want to be specific so I get what you're responding to here. So the individual thing, you're basically saying
here's what you can do to fix this. Here's how you can fight back. Here is what you can do as an individual.
But I don't want to go rewatch my own video. I don't feel like I was that like individualistic. And I think part of it, when I say like you, part of what I'm meaning there is like, here's how you can think about stuff. So I think when we think about like cognitive mapping, I know that the goal is, it's not like Jameson is like, everyone make your own special cognitive map that's just yours, that's going to get you to the magic treasure. But I think, well, go ahead. But that's because I guess I don't think I was doing the thing that you're saying I'm doing, but I want to hear you out.
Well, so it almost doesn't, I don't want to say it doesn't matter what you think you were doing. I took it this way.
Yeah.
So certainly at least one other person took it this way. I'm not that interesting as a human. And I think a good number of people, if you go through the comments and if you see stuff, there's a lot of that sort of response of like,
I read comments obsessively. So definitely.
It's one of those things that the cultural logic of late capitalism, according to Jameson, starts with the individual. So if in this space, we are not immediately tarrying with the idea of eliminating that, going with the idea of, well, there is no such, let me head a little your side of the fence. There is no such thing as the self. The self is really a reference to the self, but not even that. It's actually the self referencing itself. And there's kind of this meta interaction that makes you as a thing. You don't really exist as an individual that's, wholly identifiable. If you don't tarry with that immediately, that is the presumed foundation and the base on which all capital and postmodernist thought is. And everyone in your audience is put in the postmodern space. So if you don't immediately tarry with that, the presumption is that you are taking it from that position as the individual outwards. And so it's important to always do that. It's very difficult not to. There are times where you can, like I have a video on resentment, for example, where I kind of explain that. Resentment is an individualized thing. It has to do with your internal will and sort of personal experience. So it's resentment there that builds into something larger. So you can do it in an Nietzschean sense. You don't have to tarry with it. But I have another one on I call it, my joke about Trump is that he's the cuckold capitalist. But to get to that point, it's like it's a 60-minute fucking video. It's huge. But to get there, people have to understand that they don't exist. It had to be part of the video necessarily. So there's a lot of different ways to go about it. But that baseline that is absolutely, and I would be loath to find a philosopher or thinker in all of this who doesn't presume that everyone who's coming to them is starting with the idea that they are a unique snowflake individual who is a subject who has a soul and a true identity, that I truly am, and I'm just trying to find out who I really am inside of this.
One question,
that's the first thing to deal with.
Yeah. This is a question for the chat. It's someone watching us and reacting to us while we talk right now. Someone's talking about, so that would be so weird to me.
Hi, Sunday.
I don't know.
I have a feeling it's going to be Sunday's watching us right now. Hi, Sunday. Say, he might, don't say hi. He might be one of the angry guys in the basement too.
Oh no. Okay. Sunday. Oh, hello, Sunday. Listen, we're all angry
I'm
guys.
sure he's watching. I'm sure he's watching.
Okay, I know.
He went live like an hour ago, and
Is it a Twitch thing?
YouTube.
Or a YouTube thing?
No,
Cool.
I don't think we're being. I don't see a lot of philosophy.
I want to know if I'm being watched. But so this is just one where like, so I think a thing, and this is part of it too. And there's not a clean balance here, but I always presume, and people in the chat, you could, let me know what you think about this. But I presume that like a certain chunk of my audience has hung around long enough where they like get what's going on in the background stuff, right? So for me, like talking about postmodernism, talking about capitalism is of course connected to the individualism of the market economy. So like I agree with what you are saying. I think where maybe I don't even want to say disagree, where maybe we don't see eye to eye there. I agree with what you're saying philosophically and
if you're lucky enough to have that audience, like good for you.
Yeah.
I am still in the place where the people who come to me are random enough that I have to explain that no, Deleuze doesn't want all of us to become schizo. So I'm still in like a really rando position. And I tend to think that when we make stuff, especially again in the capitalist space, we can't be presuming who we're going out for an audience, especially in the algorithmic culture we have, that we have to presume that we're always opening up to new people. And so while we may have a boring beginning for the people who've been here a lot, and for you and I who don't believe in a subjectivity in the same way, and we just I want to skip that first few minutes, that's necessary almost every time. And I try to bring it up. I've failed to in times in live streams, but it's at the beginning. It's important because again, when you get to the point, and this is I do want to touch on because I saw someone was sending me your Blue Sky post. I'm not upset about anything with Ground News as a sponsor. I don't give a shit. Just mentioning that my critique wasn't in sponsorship. My critique was that the way you led into it, particularly, like if you had led into it like. And speaking of how fucked up postmodernity is, imagine a system where like that kind of thing, instead of here's how you fight postmodernism by using Ground News. And that rub, because that is again, teaching people and telling people and still part of it. And this is the same critique. It's again, that same, you can do what you can do, what you can do. And that's what we can do to fight postmodernism is first understand we have no self and that we have no orientation inside of the world. That base understanding gives us the understanding we need to rebuild what social mores are and how we socially connect.
Well, so this is
fundamental level.
I'll get abstract and practical. Abstract wise, we might have different views on subjectivity. This is where I'm more of a Badiou guy than a Deleuze guy, and that I think there's an important role of subjectivity, but not subjectivity in sort of like the psychological self, but in the political subject. It's sort of structurally created, yada yada. I think, and again,
we're not going to be far apart on this one. Like whatever it is, I think that's going to be.
I do think I imagine a lot of our differences are like sitting at the same table, maybe on other sides of the same table, but the same table nonetheless. But the thing I said about the Ground News thing is not just you. It's because that taps into a larger thing with the way people talk about like advertising.
I just want to be clear. I'm not in that. Get your money. As long as you're not like selling cigarettes and vapes, like I don't get your money. Sell gamer subs or bath water. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. But let me tell you, so that one I'll just say like, sure. But one area, and this isn't like that serious, but the one part where I was like, okay, this isn't a good critique. When you said I can't talk about David Foster Wallace because he was an asshole.
That's not what I said.
That's
not what I said.
Well, let me tell you what I heard because listen. I have 9 cases of ADHD in one body. So what I remember in watching it was saying was using the fact that David Foster Wallace was a prick. Well, actually, here, tell me what you meant because I want to be completely fair. So what was the critique?
David Foster Wallace is not a figure of authenticity fighting against it, which is how it was put forward. He is the embodiment in flesh of the postmodern state of late capitalism. The beautiful contradictions, and I like his writing. I have 2 children, so I have gotten laid at least twice, and I have read Infinite Jest. I
don't know, guys. Now I know you're lying. Up until this point, I trusted you.
I don't really care for it. To be frank, I don't actually like a lot of his writing. I like more his speeches and his essays.
Oh, I'm the same way. I actually like writing about Foster Wallace better than reading.
He has a piece on suicide that is maybe one of the most beautiful pieces ever written on it. Like he really has an extraordinary touch with the lack of connection and the way that these things beautiful. At the same time, he's a horrifying piece of shit. I could say the same thing as like Michael Jackson. Like we can talk about it's a trope. Someone else would come in like, yeah, this happens a lot, but it's not that David Foster Wallace is like what he's putting out there is like a new sincerity. What he's putting out there is proof that all of these things are simply a new aesthetic mask for us to wear. So using David Foster Wallace as an explanation for how postmodernism functions is great. Using him as an explanation of a way to fight it is not. That was the critique.
Okay, yeah. I guess for me, the only reason to like, or the motive to bring up the new sincerity thing is, of course, like that is a way, or was pitched as a way. And again, the reason I went from that to Jameson, I thought that Foster Wallace is a good sort of aesthetic understanding of the vibe of postmodernism. I think some of the examples from Infinite Jest in particular, because to me, and this is maybe like, this is how I think about YouTube videos. I want to make sure there's something in the early part that is visceral and someone can grab onto. Mm-hmm. That's why I thought about Infinite Jest, because to me, the example of the entertainment and the way that they talk about, companies owning years and stuff, that is something that if you've never thought theoretically, or if you're not familiar with dialectics, makes a level of visceral sense, because it's like, oh, I could see that happening. Things are like that now. For me, what I was doing, of course, in my head or my planning and doing it, it's like, okay, here's the vibe. You guys understand the vibe now. This is a description of that vibe. But now let's head over to Duke University and the offices of Frederick Jameson to see about how he analyzes more critically. And I think like bringing up sincerity, I think that I do think.
Well, let's take that first bit, because I think that first bit is kind of the point. If you're going to talk about David Foster Wallace, and as you pointed out, no one reads Infinite Jest. Like people have not seen the movies based on these things. Like they're not tolerable. Like a lot of his shit is flatly not tolerable. What people imagine about David Foster Wallace or know about him is that vibe, right? That you're going for. But he is kind of the embodiment of it. They're not talking about his works, the works he produced, which is kind of postmodern-y as a thing. But the vibe overall is a catcher in the rye person. He's a catcher in the rye person in common parlance, how people talk about him, that he is standing on the edge of a cliff, that he is, he fought for it and he lost. And it's like, he as a person is actually just the postmodern condition. It isn't that his works have that vibe. And that's why I think that, again, that meta view, that secondary view of separation where we're talking about it from a critical distance is what is necessary in that.
I think I don't get what you mean by that he as a person is the postmodern condition, because when I think about Foster Wallace, and like the first thing that ever made me interested in Foster Wallace was watching interviews with him. And the way that there's a way in which watching David Foster Wallace talk about media and commercialism and stuff like that in the 90s feels crazy now, because it does feel, and not that it was that hard to connect the dots right there, but says some things which feel pretty poignant about the way in which our attention falling into commodified forms of capture, it's going to make us all think less, relate to our own humanity less, and eventually kind of kill us. And something about that to me, like I don't see how does that make him the embodiment of postmodernism when he seems to be talking about the way in which like commodified entertainment is killing us.
Well, so there's a couple layers there. That quote doesn't do it. It's the fact that he is at a large scale, this distributed network of all of these different types of aesthetic things he puts forward. He is absolutely the same person or the same collection of all sorts of things that do the, buying a gun to kill his lover's husband, also writing these essays, also saying these things, also writing a tome of a book that no one's going to goddamn read, that also isn't really interesting on its own. I don't actually care for, again, I don't care for his writing, but all of these things that he's sort of switching in and out of, his critique at that simple level that is, hey, things are going to get more difficult, we're going to have less attention span than ever, is like, okay, like that's just a thing. But that criticism of the social space in line with everything else is how the nature of the sort of aesthetic layer that we place over ourselves, the performativity and the placement of the multiplicity of existences that Jameson talks about within late capitalism, puts us in a space where each of those things becomes digestible. That thing that he does is a thing that he can sell, and he says it. And again, that's why I think he's a great example. He openly talks about the sellability and the value in what he does. Again, he called women in his audience pussy. He was wildly awful and misogynistic, but he knew the value of what he was doing and putting on that face, that setup, that thing in these different consistent sort of places. That to me is like, not that lack of awareness is what we all exist with. I have that. I don't do that awful shit, but I have that same thing because we are in postmodernity. All of us do that. We all are David Foster Wallace is more the point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. To me, it's still, I think some of the disagreement around that, to me, still feels like I'm down to, because when you get into it and you're like breaking stuff down, I totally get what you're saying. I agree with 90 to 97.3% of it. I just think the difference for me is a lot of like, how do you, what choice, and this is the YouTube-y stuff. It's like, what choice am I going to make? And not that all my choices are good or perfect, to create something that is accessible and grabs people from certain perspectives, from a few different viewpoints, to get them into the conversation. And I still think that, like, for me, like, that's the function of that. And I think in a way, I think when I look at like the content you make, right, I think of that as something where, like, I hope that people that get a little bit philosophy pilled via some of my more casual stuff end up, reading Anti-Oedipus with you and your crew. But I think they're really different things. And I think for me, and that's why, like, doing a 15-minute video on Frederick Jameson in many ways is a bad idea because there's so much one could get into there. But yeah, but I guess I think I probably slightly
I have
Foster Wallace. I'm just thinking in real time about it. That's why I'm not a debate person, because I'm a slow thinker.
No. So like, if let's say, and again, I don't want to get to the point. I don't want you to feel like I am criticizing your video. Again, it's a critique of the idea. I'm about to launch into what sounds like a criticizing. I don't like doing that. You're a creator. I'm a creator. We fuck up. I hate watching my own shit, and I don't want to like be that guy. But to go with that, the same examples can be used, and it's just light wording. This is, I think, the reason that I made the critique as I did, and I got to the very end where I was like, hey, here's the thing, and this is what we all do. I am doing this. I kind of try to explain it from that point. But if it's opening with, hey, by the way, David Foster Wallace is seen as this postmodern hero because he's fighting the system. But here are the realities of he is this whole complex person. How people talk about that prior to your video and how normal people talk about it, they go, well, death of the author. That's it. Everyone's death of the author. Who gives a fuck? It's death of the author. Michael Jackson, I just don't think about it. It's like, yeah, but the unique constellation that is David Foster Wallace was needed to produce the work he made. Managers at Walmart don't make Thriller or Bad. Like, that's the way life works. People have to be in really unique positions, and unique people in a lot of ways make unique works. And that constellation of things as people move is worth noting and caring about. And David Foster Wallace exemplifies that. And it's not just that it's David Foster Wallace, it's you. And that's, I think, where you are David Foster Wallace. You are that thing. You are existing in a position just like Michael, you and I, Brooks, right now are existing in a place where we're kind of putting on a facade, not directly to lie. It's not about lies, but we're putting on a facade as we're on stream because we're part of that same semi-performativity. I'm sure you don't act around your family in the same way. I kind of do. I have mental problems, but that sort of thing we're doing. And then off we go. I may have terrible takes. I have many terrible takes. I have video games I play. I don't like, I'm not this guy all the time, but it's not that there's a true Brooks sitting here or a true David Foster Wallace. The David Foster Wallace is all of those things, but not brought together. It is all of those things dispersed, as are we all. And if we don't understand that, then we can never get to a proper place of class consciousness where we go, I am a true proletariat. No, you're fucking not. There's no fucking such thing anymore. It's a facade. It's a face someone puts on, like the bourgeois or a capitalist or a poor person or a lefty or whatever it is. What you are is all of these pieces. And we need to find another way to talk about how all of us can write ourselves together inside of this new space that is dissembled and broken in the way that it is.
Yeah.
That is not a terrible way to talk about it to someone who's never read these things before.
It's not. But think about the fact that, like, so that, what, you're probably talking for a couple minutes there, right? And if I were going to talk about everything you just talked about,
it's like 60 seconds, 70 seconds.
Yeah. No, and that's not a critique at all. But if I was watching a video breaking that down, like, I think it's
no. I mean, you use visuals. I have a 15-minute, 20-minute video going over the virtual and the actual from Deleuze's ontology, and which is nightmarish. And I absolutely nail it by using other examples.
That's
and
great.
It gets it across. My point is that the video you use, it's genuinely just a handful of language choices, and the video works. That's the thing I think that made me, and it's what I kind of say at the end, is like, this isn't you're not someone who doesn't engage with this. It's not like you don't understand this. You're not Abigail just saying shit out of her ass on fucking stream about Nietzsche, who's never fucking probably read anything Nietzsche ever did. Instead, you actually have engaged and tarried with stuff that is way beyond Jameson. Again, the Kierkegaard shit I read is like way beyond what we're talking about. You've tarried with this stuff. And so I would encourage, and I would say my critique would be, you are absolutely capable of just rewriting, so that way it forces people in a direction. And you are in a position, because you are you, and I don't want to say the W word, but if you have a pedigree, you have a people, and I don't. I'm just some fucking asshole, okay? I don't have a lot of subs. I have a handful of people who watch my streams, but if you take them on a journey, they'll follow. So you don't need that 30 seconds in the same way. They follow you because you're personable, you're more attractive than I am, you're more interesting to watch, you're not quite as academic and weird. I've got my own thing. I know where I sit. I have comments on everything that I do. It's like, purple-haired weirdo, I don't need to listen. It's like, okay, fine. But people will follow you. And so if you just give them a little bit and give them a little bit more room, it's better. I used to have this argument all the time about Mark Fisher. I used to think when I was in my early 30s, I used to go, well, Mark Fisher, I'm not a big fan of, but at least he gets people into Deleuze. I don't believe that anymore, because it's bad Deleuze, because he doesn't actually tarry with Deleuze at all. It's bad Deleuze across the board. And the number of people that's done damage to and fucked their entire understanding of Deleuze is astonishing to me. And give them a little bit of room, give them a little bit of faith that they'll do it. People who wouldn't, they're not getting there anyway. And the people who would will follow you, because again, you have that kind of following personality and capability. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely like, I'm curious as well what people in the chat are thinking about. Because the way I think about my sort of proposition with the audience, and it's a new thing for me. Like, I mentioned this earlier in the stream. I'm taking some time, and it's going to sound so freaking pretentious, but I'm writing up a little like manifesto to structure how I approach making videos from here on out. And how
we need a new word for that, don't we?
I know,
because I've almost said the M word myself, and it's awful every time.
Yeah. So, but I do think my like general wager with the audience is sort of, I'm going to think about some stuff out loud that I think is worth you thinking about. And I'm going to keep thinking about these questions and coming at them from different directions. And like, I think that maybe I see what I do slightly differently than what you describe in terms of taking folks with me or whatever. Like, I think I'm a little hesitant to think about things in that precise way, but I get what you're saying, and I appreciate, what you're saying in that regard. I do think, God, I had a thought and then it left my brain. Yeah, I think. What do I think? I don't know what I think, Brooks. Because I'm just thinking
those
about
intros. Because you're talking about those intros as that catching moment that you're laying the groundwork. You're framing your 20 minutes, 15 minutes in that intro, and you're going to end up coming back to it at the end. And that's how you write a good piece, beginning to end, and then you figure out how to get someone on that journey. And the ability to write something early on that has enough mystery in it, or enough things that a person will get as you go to make that final point, I think is worthwhile when we're talking about something like the nature of how to become emancipatory within capitalism, because that extra little effort where it's, hey, I'm not going to talk down to you, but just so you know, we're starting in a place that isn't what everyone expects, and jump in. If you can get them to do that 30 seconds, 60 seconds, a minute, and then carry that through and then have that point at the end, I think you could get there very easily.
Well,
I
now this makes sense to me, because and I think that's maybe like the slight difference here is, I think I'm still figuring out how I want to do that, and like the balance between getting some of the meaty stuff in, while also really practically making sure people watch the thing. And especially, there's a very like economic pressure, right? When you, and people know this, but when you do like the sponsor thing on a video, there's times where it's like, you got to get this many views to get paid the money. And that does 100% form elements of the content. And then one has to do the wager with themselves, where it's like, can I do this in a way where I still feel good about the thing I'm making? In my case, normally, yes. But yeah, and I think the one thing floating behind all this too, for me, and I saw a couple of comments to this regard, is, and this is the tension, right? The way to get into that video that could have been a little more direct would be me directly referencing recent discussions of these things by the guys I hate, but I was just so sick of their voices. So there's like a way in which I could, and like I had the clips lined up for this video of Jordan.
They're not hard to find either.
No. Like, and I had a document, I had things downloaded. And for me, it was honestly the thought of just like, I would rather be a little sloppy and a little on this one than put these guys on screen right now. There's better ways to do it, but this was also a matter of like, again, guys, material conditions, just a deadline. I had to have this video up by a certain date. And I think that was like one of the things there. I gotta wind down in a sec here, but I hope this isn't the last
I'm actually having a good time. Damn it.
I know, but I can't, you have this what's the word I'm looking for? Stream endurance that I don't have to see. I couldn't even think of the word endurance right there. I just have problems. I had to reach for the word endurance. But also I have to finish streaming by a certain time today because my kid gets home.
Oh God, yes. Can I ask how old? Because I have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old.
2.
It's a really fun age.
I like it very much.
It's a really fun age. It teaches you a lot about yourself, doesn't it?
It does. It does. But no, I don't want to like rush you off right now, but I need to kind of wind down.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
But I really appreciate you taking the time to come chat about this. And in general, like, I think, listen, even if I don't agree with everything you said, at the end of the day, you took a lot of time to engage in their work, and I appreciate that. And that's time you could have taken.
And I appreciate you having me on. If there was anything that felt, I just want to be very clear, because you wrote in a note, there is absolutely no animus or personal anything intended in that video. And I come across intense. I'm a big fucking weird guy in a lot of ways. There's nothing intended personal. It's a critique of the ideas stated, which I do, just as I stated, kind of where we have our disagreements. I'm very specific on it, but that was never intended to get personal. And I'm sorry if it seemed to have come across that way. It was not my intention. But the underlying thing I'll say is, as you're figuring it out, do be ready, because I will do it again. Like, it may be that you have, maybe
sleep we end up with one eye open, Brooke says on the way.
No, it may be the place where you decide, like, you're doing videos like this, and these are the onboarding. I'll do the longer 55-minute thing that's the longer explanation. I'm happy to be that guy that sort of moray eels or whatever, like attaches. But like, the critique of these simplified things, to me, the point for me of philosophy, and I understand a lot of people do this for a living. I don't make enough money to be able to justify saying that at this point for this. But this isn't my like job, but it is a thing I care about, because as people deal with their lives and as they go about it, the ability for us to gain power, potentias, potestas in the Spinoza sense, to eliminate those things that are holding us back. This is how we're able to find ways to actually make change. And as we do things, and I do want to, before we go, I do want to make sure that we get on the one critique, because I wanted to understand kind of your point on it. The BLM thing, I understand, was a joke, but that stuff,
what was the BLM thing?
Where you said that nothing happened ultimately.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that too, that comment, I think, touches back on a conversation I'd had with the guest on the show a couple weeks ago. I was talking to like Taylor Lorenz, who made the video that was called like "Somebody's Got to Do It" or "Someone Needs to Do It," the one about KILLING, the president. But I think at least what I was feeling there. I'll say what I was getting at there, and you can tell me how it rubbed you the wrong way. Is that sense in which we feel a historical momentum as if something's going to happen. To be like Bedouin for a second, we feel like the affect of the event coming and that our subjectivity is being shaped by these things that are happening. But then often the thing gets wrapped up into whatever the dominant culture is at the time, and then nothing happens.
Right. And Jameson would specifically argue that that is itself because that's the postmodern condition.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But to say that nothing happened does a secondary thing. And I get that it's kind of can be a joke, and it's a thing a lot of people I've seen on Let's Say, but to say that makes people look at that and go, well, if that didn't do anything, that's how people feel about it. It becomes an impotence creator. Because
and this is where I think I guess I just like disagree there, in as much as, in that part of the video, I'm not like, so guys, this happened and then nothing happened. I think in that part of the video, I'm kind of like, and then I don't know. It's just, so if for me, there's times where I try to like, it's important for me to be like, this is what this thing feels like. But again,
right, then not reversing that critique. This is again, is the thing through the whole thing. When you're talking about like a large collective action that absolutely did have knock-on effects, absolutely, and I can go through them, that didn't do anything, it immediately makes it an individualist project. Here's how you can fix yourself. The collective action doesn't work. Don't get together. Don't do things of that scale. And it's that activity.
I don't think a lot of people read that in the video, and I'm happy to be wrong there. So folks,
it's entirely possible they didn't, but I'll say it was said, and it is a thing that, again, in the pastiche of things, as things come together and signs come together, it always is disheartening to me.
Yeah.
Because a lot happened.
Yeah. And it's a thing I've talked about before on my channel and other ways. And I know I'm not always going to be like, you gotta watch everything I've ever made, but I get what you're saying there. I think I disagree in terms of, I think I was presenting it in a way where it made sense that I was getting at, but I know it's also not fair to say that everyone should understand the intent I have in the way I say it. Two things I want to say for sure. Let's chat again. Let me know.
No, I'd love to.
Whenever. And then two, God damn it, the next time I talk about some of this stuff, you'll be in the back of my head. So thank you for that.
I would love to engage and tarry on things because, again, as I've said, you have a very good grasp on thinkers. I do not. Like you mentioned Sartre. I get your jokes, but I don't get your jokes. I don't know if that makes sense. Like I get your jokes, but I don't like have specific references of books. Like I don't know enough.
Well, let's at some point pick something we want to talk about. We can do that.
Would love it. That'd be great.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for every audience. And then guys, if you don't follow Brooks, go to Quarantine Collective, watch some videos, hang out, do that sort of stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey guys, that was Brooks from Quarantine Collective. Came on to chat about, we started chatting about the video they made, but we got into a lot of other stuff, and that was great. And my hope for that conversation was that Brooks and I would just kind of talk and get to know each other a little bit. So that's what I wanted to do, and that's what we did, and that's why it was a fun conversation. Everyone in the chat, hopefully you're having a nice time. I know that I didn't get to engage as much during that conversation right there, but I'll go back and look at stuff. Special shout out to Chris, Maverick, and other people there. Who's mad? Are people mad in the chat? I like when people are mad. Well, guys, we have one more guest on today's show. I'm excited about this. You guys might remember that last week on the stream, we were trying to watch the Jordan Peterson Jubilee debate before the cops took it down. And early on, there is a gentleman named Greg who stepped up. And I was like, I like this guy's vibe. He's got in Jordan Peterson's face. And then Greg's here today. Greg is sitting here with us. Greg, what's up? Thank you so much for dropping in. I really
happy to be here, man. Yeah, this is fun. That was an interesting guy you were just talking to. I liked his look, and I didn't follow everything he was saying. I think he meant remora, not moray eel. He wants to be the remora attached to your videos. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. I like that. Well, Greg, let's start with this. This is us meeting for the first time. I want to talk about your participation in some of this debate stuff. Would you mind just telling me and the crew a little bit about yourself, if you're cool with that? And it's always an awkward question to ask someone.
No, it's fine. Yeah. So yeah, so I completely stumbled into being in this Jordan Peterson debate. It's this long sequence of events where I basically just started participating in little YouTube things for fun because I live in Los Angeles where a lot of these things are filmed. And that kind of led me to Jubilee. I went to college, dropped out, worked in sales, recently went back to finish up my biology degree.
Oh, hell yeah.
And so thank you. I have maybe like 6 or 8 months left on that. And then I'm hoping to maybe go to grad school or get hired at like a nonprofit or something, because I do a lot of volunteer work with a lot of nonprofits, like, science museums and stuff like that.
That's cool.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not super, I don't have a big religious background. I don't have a big philosophy background. I dislike Jordan Peterson on other issues, on like, transgender issues, on climate change. And I kind of binged all of his religious stuff in the weeks leading up to the debate because, my friend Cade, who was also in the video, he kind of guessed that it was going to be Peterson, and he told me, and I was on an international trip. And so I had a bunch of long flights, and so I just downloaded a bunch of Jordan Peterson lectures and listened to them, and it was an interesting experience.
Oh my gosh, that's really interesting. Well, so one of the things, and then that makes sense. You're a scientifically minded person. One of the things that obviously stood out to a lot of people watching that, people on the internet, was that it felt like there was a big disconnect between what you all thought the assignment was and what Dr. Peterson thought the assignment was. So what, and I have I've talked to some folks who have also participated in the Jubilee universe before. So I've heard a little bit about this, but what is the prep that you are told? Like, what are you told to expect when you enter into the ring of ideas?
Yeah. So we were told it was going to be versus a Christian. We got.
So they didn't. You said this before, and I didn't quite get it. So you literally, they don't tell you who it is. They tell you they're going to debate like a notable Christian thinker.
Correct. So so they cast these things, and so they have like a casting producer interview you, and when they're interviewing you, they give you sort of an overview of what the video might be. They'll give you kind of a mini version of the video, like how would you respond to someone saying this? And it's not the exact prompts, but it's kind of in the ballpark. And then they tell you, well, we're filming on this date. We'll reach out if we want you. And then closer to, if you get cast, then you get an email telling you, show up at 2 p.m. at this random warehouse in LA and where they film it. And so we were not told it was Jordan, but Jordan is such a odd figure. And so if you look at the people who are well known enough to be the person in the center, and then you look at the kind of way that he argues these topics, I don't think there was a way for the Jubilee people to ask us what we thought about it without kind of tipping some of us off that it was him. So a lot of us there kind of independently guessed that it was him, but you find out who it is when they walk on set.
Oh shit. That's so interesting. I mean, because that's, a thing independent of that debate is there's been the weirdest thing over the past couple of years that Jordan Peterson is sort of like rebranded as a religious / Christian thinker. I did a horrible thing for a video I made at the channel I used to work for, where I watched a series he made for Daily Wire or something. Yeah. It was on like the Book of Exodus or something like that. It was really, really bad. And bad both from a perspective of like, he's someone who's just not versed in like theological language, because I'm not of a theist, but there's like interesting arguments and interesting ways to talk about it. And he just has not learned any of those. There's interesting ways to talk about the Bible. He hasn't engaged with any of that stuff. But then it's so bizarre that in general, and specifically in that debate that you were a part of, that he almost seemed like he was both there to defend the faith, but then refused to identify with the thing that he was there to defend. And again, presumably from what you have said, the producers let him know what he was there to do.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I think So when we all we had this conversation, me and the other participants, when we were kind of milling around before it started, we are like, it seems like it's probably Jordan Peterson, but that wouldn't make sense because he's not a Christian, but he kind of grifts as a Christian.
Yeah.
And maybe this is his coming out as Christian. And so that's what a lot of us thought it was going to be. My sort of retrospective analysis of it is that I think he is so used to being able to dodge questions that I think he wanted to continue his sort of Mott and Bailey like implied Christianity. And I'm guessing what he planned to do was to call it atheist versus Christian, and then if asked, just go, well, they called it that, not me, as his way to kind of like weasel out of it. That because it was very strange. And that is one reason why there's a lot of disconnect there, because all of us, we prep to debate a Christian. And, you know, I live local to the area. It's a 30-minute drive for me, but there are people who flew themselves out to do this debate, and they prep for this debate. And then he's like, I don't have to tell you if I'm a Christian. It's like, that's
well, and that's what made the debate kind of like, at some points it was entertaining, but then it was a letdown if you came in wanting to hear actual arguments about the stuff. Like, I think in terms of recent Jubilee debates, I feel like that's why people liked the Sam Cedar one a lot, because Sam Cedar was just kind of like focused, relatively level-headed, and was ready to talk about the questions at hand, meaning that even if you did, you know, you didn't agree with the people surrounding him, there was stuff to talk about. We're watching that one, like a lot of the clips went viral. Like, they're interesting because you guys are like, your guys' attitudes are very funny, and it's funny to watch you guys have to be like, I'm saying something pretty coherent and you're just responding with nonsense. But by the, you know, the way it was edited, of course, it feels like by the end, he's just like fraying at a psychological level. Like short-circuiting.
So basically, the way that, in my experience on Jubilee, because this is my 4th Jubilee video, my 3rd Jubilee shoot.
Which other ones have you done?
I was in Middle Ground XL, like Tradmen versus Wokies or whatever they called it. You know, they changed up the title. And then I was in the Michael Knowles Surrounded as well, the LGBT Surrounded.
Oh, I think I watched a little bit of that one.
Yeah.
So you're like a seasoned vet in this.
Kind of, yeah. I've gotten my feet wet, and like,
what's your brand in like the Jubilee universe? What do you think they have written next to your name on like the sheet that like is your?
I think I I'm like the likable everyman.
Okay, nice.
Where, you know, like I'm not super confident, and like I'm not like just lecturing people, but I'm like, you know, not that I'm one to say, but it seems to me like, you know, it's just kind of probably, I think that's
why I found you likable in the video. You came in with a smile on your face, and I was like, this guy seems like a
Thank you. Yeah, that's very intentional, and if you're interested in I can explain that. So but with the in my experience with the Jubilee videos, not everything makes it in, but the thrust of what's going on is represented. So like, for example, when I was talking to Jordan Peterson, I was making this point that just bordered on condescending, but was just like honest, where it was like, you know, here's how words work. And I was kind of pointing out that in conversations where Jordan doesn't want this sort of like conversational escape pod, he's no longer like super obtuse about what words mean. And so I brought up the example of like, if I ask you where the bathroom is, you don't say North America, right? Like you get what I mean by that question. And that didn't make it in, but you know, my argument made it in. And so similarly, this sense of Jordan being kind of like frayed and frustrated and snapping, to my recollection, there was even more of that than you see. Wow. And that was very accurately represented. And then as far as like kind of the nice guy thing, it's interesting because in my everyday life, talking to normal people, that is how I behave. I'm very charitable, especially because I look at the world through a pretty leftist lens. And I think that a lot of people are sort of a victim of the brainwashing machine, to condense, you know, a longer explanation into something, you know, succinct. And so if I meet somebody who like thinks some crazy thing, and I'm like, oh, but you have this algorithm, you know, just dumping this stuff directly into your brain, I'm sympathetic. But then when you're going on Jubilee and you're talking to like Jordan Peterson or something, in my opinion, you're speaking to the person who's operating that machine. And so if I were to be completely candid with someone like Jordan Peterson, I think I would be a little bit more terse and a little bit less friendly. But I don't know if the audience is going to understand that. And I think it's powerful to challenge the right-wing framing of people on the left as like nasty. And so I kind of trick myself into thinking that I like whoever I'm talking to in order to accurately represent sort of a facsimile of like how I behave in my everyday life. And so all of that kind of like smiling and nice to meet you, like I kind of method act my way into liking who I'm talking to for like the hour and a half that we're talking.
That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I talked to, I don't know if I feel like you guys haven't been in the same video, but I've talked to Naima a few times, who was in like,
I love her.
She's
I've
great.
never met her. I'm her biggest fan.
LA person as well. Incredibly kind. She's been on this show, and we did like an in-person thing once, and she couldn't be nicer.
Yeah.
But I remember something she said after doing the Charlie Kirk thing was almost being surprised a little bit that he was just kind of like relatively nice and normal, so that the vibe in the room when they started, like he wasn't being too ghoulish. And I think, I don't want to misquote her here, but she might have said something like he was actually kind of normal, but maybe like Ben Shapiro was a prick, or maybe the other way around.
I've heard that. I've heard that.
But so I wonder, like, and you know, in that, the vibe I got was that in the Charlie Kirk one, which is one of the more interesting Jubilee things recently. Oh, go ahead.
I think actually I remember that being flipped. I think what I remember people telling me was that Ben Shapiro was trying to be all buddy with everybody.
Okay.
Because I'm friends with Shane, who's the trans guy who like berated Ben Shapiro. And that was like the viral clip from that one. Yeah, and he said like, oh, you know, I felt like Ben Shapiro was trying to schmooze with everybody and make us all like him, and that's why I did that. So yeah, I think it was actually Charlie Kirk who was the weird one.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry.
No, because I just wonder then like how that affects the vibe of the video and like how it plays out. So like, and, you know, don't say anything you don't want to say. What was like, was Peterson like being chummy or friendly or anything?
He was, but I don't think he understood where he was. And Danny, who had the viral clip calling him out, was like, "Do you know where you are right now?" But like in a non-mocking way. Yeah. I don't think his team accurately or sufficiently prepped him, because like he walked in and he was just kind of, you know, looking at all of us and like, hello, and you know, and we're like, hi, and then he sat down to do his intro.
Yeah.
And the intro is the intro of every Jubilee Surrounded video where you say, you know, for him, it would be like, I'm Jordan Peterson. I'm a professor. I work at the Daily Wire. And today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists. And so if you have literally seen 10 seconds of the show, you know what the intro is. And so the director goes, okay, Jordan. All right. So it's time to do your intro. So you're going to, you know, tell us who you are and then say you're surrounded. And then he goes into this like, who am I? I'm a father. I'm a thinker. I'm a professor, although the people at the university don't like that very much. I suppose today I'm engaged in battle with 25 Californian atheists. And he just kind of like went. And then at a certain point, the director had to be like, Dr. Peterson, that was really, really good. Let's do another one that's a little bit shorter. And it was really funny. But then it was also like, oh, that was my first hint that he doesn't really know what's going on. Because like if he has seen the show, he would know. And in the debate, there were a bunch of times, I think most of which actually made it into the final cut, where he doesn't say this exactly, I'm paraphrasing, but he says something to the effect of, why are you debating me? Like there's a scene where Parker, the famous TikTok debater,
that the show's supposed to do?
Yeah, like there's a scene where Parker, the famous TikTok debater, is cornering Peterson on his definition of truth. And Peterson's like, don't play games with me. Don't play these games of cornering me. And it's like, dude, it's a debate. Like, and so I don't think I think that like he was a very long way to say, I think that he was amicable until this very confusing thing happened where we were debating him on the debate show. And then he got like increasingly mad and kind of confused.
Wow. Yeah, I mean because the Parker thing, is that the point where he kind of gets him to say that he wouldn't have sheltered Jews during the Holocaust?
Yeah. So Peterson says, you know, truth is what you die for. And Parker was like, that's silly. I believe this pen exists, but I'd lie to not be killed. Yeah. about whether I think the pen exists. And Peterson went into this whole like, do you know who I am, Bucko thing? And yeah, and then Parker was like, well, what if you were in Nazi Germany and you were sheltering Jewish people? And Jordan Peterson should have said, okay, yeah. But instead, he was just so like emotionally motivated to not agree with Parker and not give Parker anything, that he just kind of was like, well, I don't think lying would help, or that's their fault that they're in that situation. Whatever if you want to see the exact quote, watch the video again. But it was very, he was refusing to acknowledge that there is a circumstance where you can be a blameless person and then have to tell a lie to protect someone's life. He was like, that's a ridiculous, absurd hypothetical. And I was trying very hard not to give the camera any reactions, because I was like, okay, they could take, not that Jubilee has done this to me, but I'm just a little paranoid. I'm like, what if they take a reaction of me and like cut it in somewhere else? Yeah. And so I was trying my best to just be like this. And you see me go like,
yeah,
like I couldn't help myself. And so, yeah, you have a correct understanding of that exchange.
Well, so was there any point that day where you felt like, because like most of what's in the video, it really, and I try to be like charitable, or always, because for me it's like more fun to watch this if I give the benefit of the doubt, or I'm open to the fact that maybe someone I don't like could like accidentally make a point. Did you feel like there was any part of the day where you were like, okay, like he's at least arguing something here, or they're like, I don't agree with this, but I see where he's going with that? Or was it all kind of just this combative, incoherent, what do you mean by means vibe?
There was one moment where somebody, and I forget who, concluded their turn, and then Peterson turned to him because he had like another point. He was like, oh, and another thing you could say about that. And he kind of added a little like off-camera banter. I'd say in general, it was very like, he was kind of combative and confused the whole time. Yeah. And yeah, and the thing too that was so frustrating is I'd watched so he has this new book out that I tried to listen to the audiobook on my vacation. It was a 25-hour audiobook. Yeah, and I was like, no, thank you. But it seems like the gist of the book is he's just going into these like, and God moved upon the face of the waters, and like, water, like it's moving emotionally and moving physically, and like these word games is like, and then in his press and his like Daily Wire press for his book, he's like, this is a slam dunk argument. It rebukes atheism. And so I felt like what he was trying to do was he was trying to get us to concede to these like seemingly asinine points about like, I guess if I make coffee every morning, that's a ritual. And then I think he wanted to take clips of us from that and then say, like, see, they're not really atheists. And that was a lot of why we were all arguing past each other, because it was like he was not owning his implicit point. And he was just like, well, I'm just saying, like, there's these, there's this definition and this, and like, but my read on it was he was, the whole time he was just being really cagey.
Yeah, I mean, the Bible book is like really bad. I read it and made a short video about it. And the thing that is bad about it is he just like says stuff, right? He's not really making arguments. And like the arguments he makes are things like he makes the argument that women are more prone to sins of compassion because in the Bible, the reason that Eve falls into temptation is because she's too empathic and compassionate. And those are temptations of the radical left. And that Adam only goes for it because men act more compassionate to try to get women to fuck them. So the reason why, like, and I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating this.
Yeah, there's a guy I talked. There's a guy I talked to who's a pastor, and he was like, "Yeah, like I used to like Peterson's older biblical stuff, but ever since he went to the Daily Wire, all of his interpretations of what the Bible says just sound a lot like what the Daily Wire would want it to say."
Yeah, and I read a bunch of reviews of it by some like conservative theologians and pastors. And even they were just like, even the people that like in their review would say, listen, I like the guy. I like what he's going for, but this is bad. Like he doesn't know what he's doing here, what he's saying. I mean, it does feel an interesting, I guess, internet-y thing. is it feels like for a lot of people, the Jubilee thing represents like the Peterson crash out, like that he'd been crashing out. Things have been going bad for him, but it feels like he kind of has hit a particular low, or that the whole modern Jordan Peterson project might have collapsed with you in the room that day.
It was the Joe Biden debate.
Yeah.
It was, if you really paid attention to Joe Biden and really paid attention to sort of the inside baseball, and you're kind of like a wonky person, you'd know. And then Joe Biden goes on stage and everyone's watching and they're like, wait, what? Mm-hmm. It was that. And yeah, I think he's too big to fail, but I think this has put a dent in his career. And I think if you look at like the graph of his growth, if this hadn't happened, it's much steeper. I think that enough people are kind of willing to look past it or convince themselves it isn't what it was, that he's always going to have an audience. But yeah, I think that this has definitely kind of dented his career at minimum.
Yeah. Well, what I wonder then, if you're cool with me asking this, I'm curious, like in your experience of doing some of these Jubilee videos, where are you at in terms of, because I think, and obviously you're not the producer of these things, so this is no shots at you at all. I think that there's kind of discussion about Jubilee, and as much as people are wondering, okay, like how much of this is useful debate that can help us arrive at some place, or they can help people see other points of view. And I think other folks, and I'll be honest, I fall a little bit more in this camp, are like, okay, now we're just creating like spectacle to get clips to use on social media of someone getting owned. And I think like the Surrounded series, I think is the one that works a little bit better. Like I referenced the Sam Cedar one before. I think some cool stuff happened there. The middle ground one I struggle with, because sometimes the middle ground one is like gay people and people that think gay people should be in camps.
Right.
What do you
Let's split the difference. Yeah. No,
what do you think about like what these videos are doing, what their potential value is these days?
Yeah. So the first thing I'll say is I think the people at Jubilee, and I don't know if this matters, it might be a distinction without a difference. I think the people high up at Jubilee believe in their project. Mm-hmm. I think they really think that this is, this is like a valuable way to break through these sort of, silos that we're all in. And it's messy, but, we can kind of, like the thrust of this is that we will arrive at some sort of even incremental improvement in like, kind of humanizing each other. Coming at it from a very sort of left-wing perspective, I am not as convinced as they are that it is accomplishing the goal. Where I look at Jubilee is the thing I was on before Jubilee was, have you heard of Mr. Beast?
Yes. Well, you've been in Mr. Beast stuff?
Yeah, I was in a Mr. Beast video.
Way to bury the lead, Greg. Tell us about your Mr. Beast video.
Oh yeah, I was on Beast Games.
Oh no shit! So I did not watch. Did you win?
No. I knew people who went pretty deep. I got out early, and so I'm in the YouTube video. Whoa. And that's how I got on Jubilee, because someone on Mr. Beast from the cast was like, "I did Jubilee. It's fun." And I was like, "Jubilee," and I looked it up. And
how did you end up Beast gaming it? Sorry, I keep interrupting. I'll stop after that.
No, it's okay. So my husband loves Jeopardy. And I am a terrible.
Sorry,
I am a terrible. No, great. Yeah. So I am a terrible pick for that show, for Jeopardy, because I don't know pop culture. I don't know sports. I couldn't tell you like which states are next to other states. I have very like esoteric knowledge. But my husband loves Jeopardy, and I was like, hey, we live in LA and they film it, and you're here. Wouldn't it be hilarious if I somehow got onto that show and then he gets to see me on his show? And so I applied for Jeopardy, and the casting people luckily did their job of realizing I was not, the next Ken Jennings, but it got me on a mailing list for casting opportunities. And so like every few months I get an email like, hey, you've been interested in being on TV, apply for this. And so I eventually, like a couple years after that initial Jeopardy application, I got the Mr. Beast one. And my understanding of that was like, oh, this is the thing that the kids watch, where you like stand in a circle and then he gives you like a Maserati at the end. Like, okay, sure. And so I applied to it, and then the casting agent got back to me like 10 hours later and just kind of put me through the process.
Wow.
And then I ended up on the Mr. Beast Games, and it was me. I was in a cast of 2,000 people, and they cut us down to 1,000, and that initial halving of the contestants is on YouTube, on the Mr. Beast YouTube channel, and then the rest is on Amazon Prime. And from that experience, I was, I kept in touch or kept kind of tabs on a lot of the people I met. And there were a lot of people there who were kind of like in the background, like you can kind of Where's Waldo them if you pause it on the right frame, but they weren't really part of, they weren't really center stage. And and I'm not saying this to be mean to them, I'm saying this sympathetically, but they seem to think this was kind of their best shot at like breaking through. Like, okay, I'm gonna make a video about my experience on Mr. Beast, and that's gonna get a bunch of attention, and then I'm gonna be a this, and I'm gonna be a that. Because it's so hard to break in to like like new media or even traditional media. And so from that, I got the sense that like there are so many people who would be in a Jubilee video, even if they had no preparation, because there are so many people who kind of really think that, oh my gosh, if I could just be in the background of a viral video for 3 seconds, I can like somehow convert that into like my big break.
It does feel like that watching it sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the way that I look at Jubilee is like, we're in LA. They're never going to run out of people to be in the video. Jubilee seems to really want to make the videos and believe in the videos. If I agree to be in the video and I do better than like the median person, I am kind of, improving the outcome or reducing the harm, whether you're a glass half empty or a glass half full person. And so the way that I view my participation in Jubilee is there's somebody there who is, advocating bad things, and they want stuff. They want me to freak out. They want to say stupid arguments and have it uncontested. They want like a clip. And what I'm doing is I'm running interference. I am trying to deprive them of their clip. I am trying to deprive them of their moment of triggering the libs, and so I'm kind of running defense against their project. And I think what's cool about the Jordan Peterson one was there were like all of us there were doing that and doing a good job.
Yeah.
And we did it so well that it like killed Jordan Peterson. It's like, okay, so maybe this can be good, right? So that's making me a little more optimistic about it. But like, yeah, the Jubilee folks, they've heard the left wing perspective on this sort of style of content. They would, whatever I could say about it is nothing they haven't heard before.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, if I was in charge of Jubilee, I don't know if I'd make the videos the same way.
Yeah, but that's interesting because I do, having talked to you, knowing Naima, like I'm definitely aware there's people in that world who feel very earnest and seem like genuine folks. And I think one can be both things, right? One can be someone who's an interesting, curious, kind person who thinks it's fun to be on stuff. Like I'm someone who makes a living talking on YouTube, so I get it. Right. But you do then have the sense, and this happened. So in my old job, we made a video on Jubilee, and one of the things I did, I think it was on one of the was one of the pre-election episodes where it was like a bunch of people in red t-shirts and blue t-shirts, and there were some people on the red side who said some really pretty odious like transphobic stuff and some things that stood out for being really bad. And they put people's social media in the description, and it was like, oh, now I get it. Like you're someone whose entire brand is you're like a social media provocateur, is that the word? Who's makes like transphobic content for clicks. And I think like that's the side of it, which is just like, ugh.
Yeah, no, there's people, the people who they get who are the right-wing people are usually just transparently like grifters. There's a few of them that are not, but I've noticed a lot of them are grifting. I do have friends who I've made who have been on the left-wing side of things who are trying to like build a brand and stuff. And I don't think that's bad. My interest in it is just like an insane hobby. That's basically what it is. Like, I'll debate some famous guy in front of 10 million people. Like, yeah, sure, that's a fun way to spend a Sunday. I'm just a ridiculous person.
Well, I know people in LA whose hobby is like getting on dumb game shows, and that's like a thing they like to do.
Seriously,
and they like, and I know people who on like really silly like game shows that ran for 6 weeks on Fox 10 years ago or something. So
and I will say there is the first time I went on, it was purely ethical, where it was like because I applied to like a silly video, and then it ended up being where I was considered for a very serious video, which was the LGBT one. And I was thinking like, okay, let me look at one of these videos and see what it's like. And I watched the Ben Shapiro Surrounded, and there was this one guy, the guy who opens that video, and I've heard he's very nice. And this is, you know, not no disrespect to him, but he shows up and he has like a hat with like flowers on it. And Ben Shapiro says, "Nice hat." He goes, "Thanks. Like my friend made it for me." And then he does a land acknowledgement, and then he lets Ben Shapiro talk for 5 minutes uninterrupted. And I was like, okay, I think I can do better than that guy. And so like I was like, okay, so I should probably go on, because I think, you know, I think I'm above that bar. And I also knew, because I've seen all these right wingers make content of like LGBT folks, and I'm like, okay, they want us to get all mad and upset and angry. That's what they want. And so I'm gonna mess with that, and I'm gonna be really nice and jovial and just to show like I'm not afraid of you. And then I also put like maybe 30 or 40 hours into preparing for the video, specifically regarding gender affirming care. I cold called gender affirming care experts. Like I emailed, I was like, I'm gonna be on this huge platform. Can we Zoom? I learned a bunch of information. And then I did everything I could to just get as much camera time as possible so that I can get the maximum number of facts about gender affirming care into the final video. So it was purely ethical, but then it ended up being this like crazy experience. So it's like skydiving or something. It's like it's just adrenaline rush. And so now there is a recreational component, but I do have a stop of like, for example, I know a couple people who are going to go on Piers Morgan pretty soon to talk about something. And I was like, oh, going on Piers Morgan, that'd be hilarious. But then I realized, oh, if I tried to join their cast, I would dilute the efficacy of their appearance because they know more than me. And so I was like, okay, I can't ethically justify doing this, so I'm not going to do it. So there's
Piers Morgan's tough though, because that's a show where like I've had disagreements with friends, colleagues who have been on it, because I really feel like sometimes they like set people up to be like the leftist liberal pawn to have a really like bad person say really sick shit that just doesn't get checked.
Yeah, no, really. And the thing is this the thing where it's like the two people who I'm aware of going on are really good.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, like I would find that a crazy, wacky experience, but I would not be improving the outcome. I'd be making the outcome of the video worse, because as soon as they're like the clowns on the other side realize that I'm the least competent of the three of us, they're just going to focus on me and take time away from them. And so, I would not do any of this type of content if I sincerely felt I was not improving the outcome. But it's also like I'm just a weird person who likes extreme experiences, and the same things that would make this nauseating for people. I'm like, oh, cool. Like, yeah, I like that. You know,
that makes and that like comes through, because like your vibe in the video is like so like, hey, what's up? I'm here to have a good time. And I think that's why you come out very likable. And now again, you talk to you, I understand that, because you are a very likable guy. I wonder, some people in the chat are worried about something with you though, and I must express this. People are worried that if you get too into it, you might not finish your science degree. So we are worried. Are you drawing boundaries between your role as a Jubilee participant, a husband, and also a student of the sciences?
Yeah. So right now what I'm doing is I stopped working to go back to school full time. I do all of my coursework on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Nice.
And then Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I volunteer at nonprofits. And so that is
trying to be like the best guy. Shit, man.
Well, because that's the way into these to these industries. But no, the Jubilee stuff is, again, it's like an insane hobby, and it's not it's low on my priorities list.
But I assume they'll have you back, right? They seem you're a liked person in the extended universe now.
Yeah, I'm part of the roster now, I think. And what's interesting is I don't think they want to overuse people, so they might kind of, put me on ice for a little bit, because they don't want like people to think, oh, why is this person in every video? But I think I'm still going to be in the videos. You'll see me in the future.
Amazing. Well, I hope either to talk about that or anything else, come back and chat sometime, Greg, because you're just a lovely guy to talk to.
Whenever you want, man.
So I really appreciate you taking the time. You've quickly just racked up a new army of fans, because the whole chat is just like,
oh,
the
cool.
best guy.
Hi, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so I really, really appreciate it. And I'll keep an eye out for you in one of the future ones.
Yeah,
and
and if
are
anyone,
you making
anyone's,
stuff? People follow you doing other things?
yeah, so I have a very uncreative handle on TikTok and Instagram, which is Greg from Video One, just the number
I
one.
love it.
Because I saw some people like talking, and I was like, I wanna clear this up. I'm Greg. I'm from the video, and so I was like, okay, Greg from video, and it was taken, so I added the one, and then I dumped some of the content from Instagram and TikTok onto a YouTube channel. Greg does videos again, very creative. But yeah, if you, I post some stuff, not too much. I'm not too much of a poster, but yeah, you'll see some things if you follow me.
Well, go follow, just for fun, and then follow Greg. So if Greg posts too much, then you got to be like, hey man,
Let me know.
we got
Let
stuff
me
to
know.
do. We got science. We got other things.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
let's hopefully chat again soon. And if I see you around LA, I'll try to
Yeah.
be nice before I run up aggressively and say hi. But we talked
Yeah.
online once, man.
What do you mean by run? What do you mean by up?
Oh no, get him out of here! Get him out of here, Greg. Thank you
Right.
so much, dude. Really,
Of course. Bye, everyone. Nice to meet you, man.
Oh, good to meet you. Everyone, wave and say
Yeah,
bye to
let's
Greg
talk
wherever
again
you
soon.
are. All right, later, dude. Guys, that was Greg from the video. Do we Greg from Video One? Yes. Do we all love Greg now, guys? Is that just a thing in this community that Greg's one of our guys that we're just rooting for? I think he's our guy. Yeah, guys, that was Greg from the Jordan Peterson video and some other ones on Jubilee. If you want to go back and watch those, you can now, and you can root for Greg in those videos. Jubilee is like sports. It's fun when there's people that you're rooting for. As always, there's stuff I wanted to get to today that I guess I shouldn't start now. I wanted to talk about this Curtis Yarvin thing. I guess I could just do another stream later this week just to talk about that, or I could just make a video about it. What's up to everyone in the chat? I know that there's winners in one side of the chat. Yeah, the what do you mean by run was perfect. Perfect. What a day. This has been fun. I'm curious what everyone thought about the conversation with Brooks. I think that was another one. A nice guy. You don't want to like someone when they make a video and they say it's truly terrible, and then they're just a nice, interesting dude who has a cool story. So I enjoyed talking to Brooks, and I feel like I have a lot to some fun stuff to kind of think about after that. So that was cool. Shirts with Greg's face on them sounds awesome. A couple things. I'm not going to go just yet. So let me do this real quick. How do I click the thing? Reminder that we are back in business with the coffee homies. Okay. It is real again. We got the Yes Please plug. And all you got to do is use the code Burns Beans. I'm putting it in the chats right now. 20% off. 20% off. Let's see. Yeah, Evan makes the point in chat. I think you nailed it. Lisa Micro, you said, I think you still like that. It was on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I do. This is the thing we can talk about more as I talk about Yes Please. But I think that, and this is something that when Tom Nicholas made a video about why YouTubers hold microphones and gets into the idea that YouTube videos are a genre. You know what I mean? They're a genre of media production, and the people that we like on YouTube and they're good at YouTube, I feel like they recognize that. So something I'm always thinking about is not just how do I make a video on XYZ topic? It's how do I make a good YouTube video on that topic? And of course, how do I make something that will perform at least decently? Speaking of performance, I'm about to change out some thumbnails because graphic designer Felicia, who hopefully come on stream sometime soon, hit me with some new thumbnails while we were talking on this one. But yeah, Evan, I think that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Let's see. Oh, let me just, sorry. Hey, we streamed long enough where Eva's here. Eva, good morning. Eva's in Thursday. It's Thursday in Oz. It's Thursday in Oz. We're still in the past. Good to see everyone say good morning to Eva in the chat. If you don't say good morning to Eva, then you're bad. You're a bad person if you don't do that. But just a reminder. And Allie Cattails, thank you for saying that you enjoyed the philosophy stuff. And yeah, and Evan, I didn't take that as any shade to Brooks at all. I don't think, I mean this kind of genuinely. I feel like what Brooks does, I know he has a career and a job working in the video game industry and can just make long, intensive videos that get into the academic minutia. I'm trying to make this my job, guys. But reminder, Burns beans. Is it Thursday in Europe too? Wow. Well, in Australia, is it the future there too? Well, Australia is the morning. Europe, it's the middle bit. I said the middle bit. It's the middle of the night. Let me know if you guys are interested in me doing a Curtis Yarvin video. I guess I should put the Yes Please link in the chat too, but it's just yesplease.coffee. And just a reminder too, that Yes Please is not paying me to say this. It's not a paid thing. They shoot me some beans, and I appreciate those beans, and I like to share them with you. I think the upside for me is I get to work with a company that I like a lot, and they send me like a bag of coffee every couple of weeks, which is very cool. That's all I need in this world. If you are I have a few questions for everyone. Here's one. Let me know if you want a Curtis Yarvin video, a streamer video on the Curtis Yarvin New Yorker stuff. Okay. Eric says yes. Simon says yes. Okay. So I might even just do a short stream tomorrow. And if you miss it live, I'll edit it into a video that I'll put up on the Sideburns channel. It's so weird for me to say the Sideburns thing out loud. Do remember that I'm posting stream clips and stuff and edited videos over on Sideburns. So if you do not subscribe to that channel, go subscribe there. I'll probably do some other streams and things like that. Shout out to those of you on my Patreon, free and paid. I love you all equally. I'm going to launch some new stuff on Patreon. I'm going to put like a poll up there soon. But what I am curious about, and this is something you could leave in the comments here, in the chat, whatever, is I'm trying to figure out what people are going to want in that community. And one thing I'm toying with right now is a reading group type thing. I kind of thought maybe the Frederick Jameson thing would be a cool thing to start with, where we pick some essays and we do something where like every week I post a short video or something like that, we respond to comments, and then maybe at the end of everything, we do like a open call or Q&A type thing. So one option, and these are all ideas that CJ the X inspired me with, because they do similar things in their community. So book club reading group thing is one option. It might not literally be a book, but like maybe for 3 months we talk about Nietzsche or whatever it might be. So that's an option. Think about something like that. Other options would be like a movie club where we pick a movie each month or something like that. I know CJ does town hall stuff, but I'm just trying to think of stuff like this. I currently don't have a Discord. So we'll see. Maybe I'll do something like that. But thanks, Drift King. Maybe. But yeah, so I'm going to post a poll on Patreon. So if you're on Patreon, I'm going to post a thing with some thoughts. Give me a poll. Because when I put out the video, and every week Brooks tells us we're wrong. But when I put out my next video, I'm going to kind of like relaunch some stuff on the channel. I have some people who are helping me with design, really trying to get things going, and I really appreciate all of you. So yeah, I'll either do a short video on Yarvin, or I'll do a separate stream this week so I can at least talk about that. All the links from stuff we talked about today, I'm going to drop in the description. And just a reminder, the VOD of this will be available, but it's only going to be available on the Sideburns channel. So not over there. Oh, I am on Instagram. On Instagram is Michael O. Burns. Yeah, but if you guys have ideas for things you would like to see, let me know. Always interested in hearing about ideas you guys have for the channel, because I'm not going to be corny here, but it is true that we've established some sort of community, and I think about you all when I make stuff, and I want to make stuff that you all like, and I want to make stuff that random people scrolling YouTube might click, that sort of stuff. But wow, so I think this is the first time I've actually done the 4 full hour stream. I'll be back Wednesday. Thank you so much for hanging out. Let's listen to some music on the way out. I want to let the chat ride out for a little bit, because I want to jump in there too. But we'll do a countdown to death. Guys, never mind. I'm back. I'm back because it might not. This might be my YouTube plaque. And I figure if my YouTube plaque came in right now, I should look at it. And I could share that moment with you guys. Let's see if this thing in this package is it's not. False alarm. It's the book Selling Social Justice that Verso sent me because I wanted to read it and see if the author would come on the show. Sorry for the false alarm, guys. I thought it would be the plaque. Ooh.